Good evening. Good evening and welcome. This meeting will come to order at Rohnert Park City Council. Before we begin, or actually let's go ahead and start with the roll call, please.
Councilmember Adams.
Here.
Councilmember Elwer.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sanborn.
Here.
Mayor Giudice.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you. So before we begin, once again, good evening. I am Mayor Gerard Giudice, and on behalf of the City Council, we welcome you to the City Council meeting. Before we continue, however, I'd like to explain how public comments will be handled this evening. In accordance with our City Council protocols, Section 5-B. Public comments on consent and non-agenda items are scheduled twice during each regular meeting. First, just before the consent calendar, and again at the end of the meeting, prior to the adjournment, as listed on tonight's agenda. The first public comment is limited to a total of 30 minutes, with each speaker given up to 3 minutes. If more than 10 speakers wish to comment, I may adjust time to allow for each speaker to ensure equal access or defer speakers to the second comment period at the end of the meeting. So for example, if there are 30 people who want to speak, each one will be allowed a minute. Finally, please note that for safety and legal compliance, such as fire code and the Americans with Disabilities Act, entrances and aisles must remain clear at all times. If no seats are available, you'll be asked to remain in the lobby or outside until space becomes available or when it is time for you to speak. Thank you for your cooperation. We appreciate your participation and want to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak in an orderly and respectful way. Will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, please remain standing. Sorry. Now I'll read the land acknowledgement. The City of Rohnert Park acknowledges that indigenous peoples are the traditional stewards of the land. Let it be acknowledged that the City of Rohnert Park is located within the traditional homelands of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, comprised of Coast Miwok and Southern Pomo peoples. Okay, first on the agenda, we are going to welcome Vanessa Mendoza to give an SSU report. Good evening, Vanessa.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
Good evening. Is this on? I can't tell.
I think so. Just hold it a little closer to you.
Gotcha. Hello, everyone. My name is Vanessa Mendoza. I serve as the Vice President of External Affairs at Sonoma State with Associated Students. I'm a transfer student from Sacramento, and I'm majoring in political science. We are now in our 6th week of the semester, and it has been encouraging to see students eager to get involved with AS events and engage with our campus community. Our enrollment is currently around 5,000 students, with a strong number of transfers joining us this fall. We continue to see a steady demand for programs like CalFresh and our basic needs services, as food and housing insecurity remains pressing for many of our students. And supporting these initiatives is our top priority for this year. Looking ahead, we are excited to strengthen our partnership with the city and local community to ensure that students are both supported on and off campus. We are also planning an upcoming event to help educate students on Prop 50 and its impact, and we are actively recruiting students for our CASTLE program, which places students on university committees and gives them a voice on campus decision-making. The Presidential Search Committee also just had its first meeting last week and is working on selecting candidates to move into the next round of interviews and have a hope to finalize potential candidates by the end of the fall semester. We would greatly appreciate any of the support that the city could provide in supporting our students, and spread the word about these opportunities in your circles would be greatly appreciated. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me or our just general AS email. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? No? Okay. Well, just a quick welcome, and we look forward to working with you this year. And we really love your whole engagement in the community, and we will look forward to working more closely with you all. So thank you very much for the update. Okay, next we'll do a mayor's proclamation proclaiming October 13th as Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Rohnert Park. And I believe we have Tribal Secretary Melissa Elgin here to receive the proclamation. And I will go ahead and read it, and then we'll have some comments and some discussion. Okay, a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Rohnert Park proclaiming October 13th, 2025 as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Whereas Indigenous Peoples' Day is observed the second Monday of October to honor and celebrate the histories, cultures, and contributions of Indigenous people across the United States. Whereas the city of Rohnert Park recognizes that Indigenous peoples were the original stewards of the land, and their knowledge, tradition, and resilience continue to enrich our community. Whereas this day provides an opportunity to honor, to celebrate, and to learn more about Indigenous people and their contributions toward our city's development and progress. Whereas the city of Rohnert Park values the partnership and the contributions of the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, who continue to support education, cultural preservation, environmental stewardship, and community well-being. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that I, Gerard Giudice, as mayor, and on behalf of this city council, do hereby proclaim October 13th, 2025 as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the city of Rohnert Park. I encourage everyone to honor and learn from the rich histories, traditions, and contributions of the Indigenous peoples, including the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria. Would you like to make some comments? Welcome, welcome.
So on behalf of the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, I just want to say that I'm honored and thankful and happy to be here to receive the proclamation honoring Indigenous Peoples' Day is October 13th of this year. So thank you all, Kamolish. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to do a photo?
Hey. We'll take some comments from council now, and then we're going to take a nice picture, please.
Thank you for coming, and thank you so much for your continued support. We feel the great blessing of having the Federated Indians of the Great Rancheria support our community, and want you to know how much we appreciate that.
Likewise.
You bet.
We are so glad that you people have allowed us to stay here and also to be an ally of our community, supporting our community in every way you guys have been doing. So we are so grateful for this partnership and also community building together that so many communities seek to have, but yet we are doing it together. So thank you so much.
We share those ethics and values.
Couldn't have said it any better. Really appreciate the partnership and the community that's around. A lot of times folks don't even realize how much involved in the community you all are in more ways than one. And so it's just been an incredible partnership.
Yes, we put high standards in all of our work that we do, and we also are very much for social justice and environmental stewardship.
And I'll echo the sentiments of my fellow council members. Your presence here today is very much appreciated, and the collaboration that's happening between the tribe and the city is always very meaningful, to our town. So thank you.
Happy to be here and represent.
You know, when we started doing the land acknowledgement, it started out as just words, but it seems to have contributed to so much healing in our community. And I'd like to highlight the $1.3 million annually that you give into our foundation, that we do good works that speak to your heart, environmental projects, leadership classes, all the things, you know, that you know, we have so many shared values, and we really appreciate that. It goes out into our nonprofits and all kinds of different projects that happen. So, so thank you. You're a blessing in our community.
You're welcome. And also just to speak to Sonoma State University and all the work that we've done with them and with the Summer Bridge and a lot of educational programs. So we're happy to support Native and non-Native alike. It's all for healing for ourselves and for everyone.
Amen. So now let's take a nice picture. Front center.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, let's move along. going to do the mayor's proclamation, September 15th through October 15th, 2025, as Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month in the city of Rohnert Park. And before I begin, we have Renee Salcido, who's going to step up to the podium. And as I say a paragraph, she will translate it in Spanish. So welcome.
Thank you.
Make sure your mic's on.
Testing.
Perfect. Okay. A proclamation of the mayor of the city of Rohnert Park proclaiming September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month and recognizing Almas Libres for their leadership and advocacy.
Proclamación del alcalde de la ciudad de Rohnert Park, proclamando del día 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre del 2025 como el mes de la herencia hispana latina y reconociendo a Almas Libres por su liderazgo y defensa.
Whereas Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month is observed each year from September 15th through October 15th, celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions by the Hispanic and Latin American peoples whose ancestors came from Spain, from Mexico, the Caribbean, Central, and South America.
Considerando que el mes de la herencia hispana latina se celebra cada año del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre, conmemorando la historia, la cultura y las contribuciones de los hispanos y latinos americanos cuyos antepasados procedían de España, México, el Caribe y América Central y del Sur.
Whereas this observance highlights the lasting values and impact of Hispanic and Latinx heritage on our nation and local community, enriching the arts, education, business, government, and every aspect of civic life.
Considerando que esta celebración destaca el valor y el impacto duraderos de la herencia hispana y latina en nuestra nación y comunidad local, enriqueciendo las artes, la educación, los negocios, el gobierno y todos los aspectos de la vida cívica.
Whereas Hispanic Latinx Americans have enriched the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our community, contributing greatly to the arts, education, arts, education, business, government, and every aspect of civic life. Sorry.
Y considerando que los hispanos latinos americanos han enriquecido el tejido social, cultural y económico de nuestra comunidad, contribuyendo en gran medida a las artes, la educación, los negocios, el gobierno y todos los aspectos de la vida cívica.
Whereas in Rohnert Park and throughout Sonoma County, Hispanic Latinx heritage is deeply woven into the community's identity, reflected in its vibrant traditions, resilient spirit, and strong cultural values.
Y considerando que en Rohnert Park y en todo el condado de Sonoma, la herencia hispana latina está profundamente entretejida en la identidad de la comunidad, reflejada en tradiciones vibrantes, un espíritu resiliente y fuertes valores culturales.
Whereas we recognize those who preserve and uplift Hispanic and Latinx culture, including Almas Libres, a program of the Rise Collective comprised of immigrant and indigenous women who provide know your rights education, leadership development, and advocacy.
Y considerando que reconocemos a quienes preservan y exaltan la cultura hispana y latina, incluyendo el grupo Almas Libres, un programa de la colectiva Raíces, compuesto por mujeres inmigrantes e indígenas, quienes brindan educación sobre sus derechos, desarrollo de liderazgo y defensa.
Whereas Almas Libres leads efforts such as the Northern California Coalition for Just Immigration Reform, advances legalization policies for undocumented persons, and uplifts voices through projects like Teatro Almas Libres, where women share their lived experiences as undocumented workers.
Y considerando que Almas Libres lidera iniciativas como la Coalición del Norte de California por una inmigración justa, una reforma migratoria justa, y promueve políticas de legalización para personas indocumentadas y da voz a través de proyectos como el Teatro Almas Libres, donde las mujeres comparten sus experiencias vividas como trabajadoras indocumentadas.
Whereas the work of Almas Libres strengthens community bonds, encourages cross-cultural understanding, and ensures that future generations can take pride in their heritage.
Considerando que el trabajo de Almas Libres fortalece los lazos comunitarios, fomenta el entendimiento intercultural y garantiza que las generaciones futuras puedan sentirse orgullosas de su herencia.
Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that I, Gerard Giudice, as mayor, and on behalf of this city council, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2025, as Hispanic Latine Heritage Month in the city of Rohnert Park, and proudly recognize Almas Libres for their leadership, advocacy, and invaluable contributions to the cultural and civic life of our community.
Ahora, por lo tanto, se proclama que hoy yo, Gerard Giudice, como alcalde y en nombre del ayuntamiento, proclamo por la presente del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre del 2025 como el mes de la herencia hispana latina en la ciudad de Rohnert Park, y reconozco con orgullo a Almas Libres por su liderazgo, defensa y valiosas contribuciones a la vida cultural y cívica de nuestra comunidad.
Thank you, Renee. Congratulations. Oh, no, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Would you like to say a few words with Sirocco as well? You want to come up and say a few words, the both of you? Please. And then we'll take a nice picture. We'd like to do it with everybody if we can.
Le voy a decir en español. Muy buenas tardes. Primeramente quiero agradecer a Dios y a la ciudad de Rohnert Park por darnos este reconocimiento y especialmente a las mujeres y familias de Almas Libres, mujeres inmigrantes indígenas de México y de diferentes países de Centroamérica. Mi nombre es Socorro Díaz y soy una de las organizadoras de Almas Libres y de la colectiva Raíces. Hoy acepto este reconocimiento en nombre de las mujeres luchonas, fuertes y chingonas que forman parte de este movimiento. Quiero compartir un poco de mi historia. Soy una mujer indígena con raíces mixtecas y chatinas de Oaxaca, en la Sierra Sur de Oaxaca, México. Soy la número 10 de 15 hermanos. He sido residente del condado por más de 2 décadas y he trabajado en diferentes industrias como limpiadora de casas y cuidando niños y en otros trabajos. Desde niña supe que mi pasión por luchar por los derechos de las mujeres era importante. Creo firmemente en el empoderamiento y el liderazgo de las mujeres y ahora más que nunca la lucha sigue con ellas y con todas las comunidades minoritarias que enfrentan el terror y la incertidumbre de qué va a pasar mañana. Como Almas Libres hemos resistido desastres naturales, una pandemia y hoy seguimos enfrentando la opresión y la persecución política. Aún así, con amor y con la frente en alto y con fe en nuestro liderazgo, hemos organizado caminatas de 3 días, liderado una coalición por una reforma migratoria justa y la coalición Santuario en el condado. Y participado en muchos proyectos de bienestar en la comunidad, incluyendo recientemente una huelga de hambre de 8 días. Desde repartir información en la comunidad y hasta alzar la voz en espacios estatales y nacionales, hemos demostrado que aún hablar conlleva riesgo y miedo. Nuestro silencio nunca será una opción. También quiero agradecer a nuestras compañeras y compañeros que llegaron y que nacieron en este país y que se unen así y que reconocen su privilegio y lo utilizan para hacer la semilla de la lucha, a sus familiares inmigrantes y están mano a mano en solidaridad y han hecho lo posible que esa semilla florezca por justicia. En este momento reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de seguir luchando contra los actos de racismo y de odio y de justicia, desde nuestras caminatas hasta nuestras campañas. Seguimos levantando la voz porque creemos en un futuro con dignidad y justicia para todos. Y ahora con todo este reconocimiento, también estamos honrando a nuestros ancestros que llegaron antes que nosotros, agradeciendo profundamente todo lo que pasaron, los sacrificios que hicieron y el legado que dejaron, aunque tal vez ya no estén entre nosotros. Gracias a ellos podemos estar aquí con la frente en alto, levantando la voz y continuando su camino en la lucha por la justicia y con mucha fe y esperanza. Que vivan las mujeres inmigrantes indígenas, que viva Almas Libres y sí se puede. Gracias.
Sí se puede. Okay. Comments from Mike. Oh, go ahead.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank God and the city of Rohnert Park for giving us this recognition, and especially to the women and families of Almas Libres. We are immigrant and indigenous women. My name is Socorro Diaz, and I am one of the organizers of Almas Libres, part of the Raíces Collective. Today, I receive this recognition in the name of all our women members who are fighters, strong, and I can't translate chingonas, who form part,
You don't need to, we understand.
who form part of this movement. I'd like to share a little bit of who I am. I am an indigenous woman with Mixteca and Chatina roots, originally from the southern Sierra of Oaxaca, Mexico. I am number 10 of 15 siblings, and as you can tell, the feistiness in me came from my people or my tribe. I have been a resident of this county of Sonoma for more than 2 decades. And during many years, I worked cleaning houses, taking care of children, and also worked in other industries where I saw and lived many injustices. As a child, I knew that my passion was to fight for the rights of women. I firmly believe in the leadership and empowerment of women. And now, more than ever, the struggle continues with them and all of our communities, oppressed communities, who today face the terror and the insecurity of what will happen. As Almas Libres, we have resisted natural disasters, a pandemic, and today we continue to confront oppression and political persecution. And even so, with love, with our head up high, and with hope and faith in our leadership, we have organized 3-day walks. We lead a coalition for just immigration reform. We lead the Sonoma County Sanctuary Coalition, and we participate in many projects for the well-being of our community, including recently an 8-day hunger strike. From passing out resources to the community, to raising our voice in state and national spaces, we have demonstrated that even though speaking out carries a risk and causes fear, our silence will never be an option. I would also like to thank our compañeras y compañeros, our comrades, our leaders, and our allies who were born in this country, and even so recognize their privilege, and they use it to be the seeds of struggle for our immigrant families. That solidarity has made it possible that we may flourish together. With this recognition, we reaffirm our commitment to continue to struggle against acts of racism, against hate and injustice. From our walks to our campaigns, we continue to raise our voices because we believe in the future with dignity and justice for all of us. And most importantly, with this recognition, we are also honoring our ancestors who arrived in this country before we did. We profoundly thank everything that they went through, the sacrifices that they made, and the legacy that they left for us. Even though even today they are not here with us, thanks to them, we can be here with the head held high, raising our voice and walking this walk of hope and struggle. Que viva women and que viva almas libres. We can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lord.
Please stay right there, and we're going to get some comments from council, and then we'd like everybody who is with Almas Libres to come forward, and we'll take a group picture.
Thank you very much for your comments from the heart.
Gracias por sus comentarios de todo corazón.
Having the proclamation talk about the importance of education, leadership development, and advocacy
Tener una proclamación que habla de la importancia de la educación, de abogacía, de liderazgo.
You displayed that here today in such a sincere way for us.
Ustedes lo demuestran aquí hoy de manera tan sincera.
I feel confident in the future of working together. Thank you so much.
Yo me siento con mucha confianza de poder colaborar con ustedes en el futuro. Gracias.
Thank you. Council member?
Hello.
Hola.
As an immigrant myself, I understand the struggle that we're going through.
Como inmigrante yo misma, yo entiendo los retos y la lucha que ustedes pasan.
And I am proud that tonight you get recognized for the hard work that you do every single day.
Y me da mucho orgullo que ustedes están recibiendo este reconocimiento por todo el fuerte trabajo que hacen a diario.
With everything that is going on in our country, it takes courage to continue to persevere and advocate for our own.
Con todo lo que está pasando hoy en día en nuestro país, toma mucho valor abogar como lo hacen ustedes.
And I am proud that today, the city of Rohnert Park, under the leadership of Mayor Duce and one of our own here present, Councilmember Rodriguez, we are able to recognize you.
Y estoy muy orgullosa de poder reconocerlas aquí con el liderazgo del alcalde y la miembro del concilio Rodríguez.
We are so glad that you're here. Continue the fight. We are together on this.
Estamos muy felices que están aquí. Continúen la lucha. Estamos con ustedes.
Sí se puede.
Sí se puede. Yes, we can.
Council member?
Buenas tardes. Lo voy a decir un poquito en Spanglish porque soy nacida aquí. So I'll do it a little bit in Spanglish because I was born here. Pero soy hija, nieta, sobrina, tía, prima, amiga de inmigrantes de El Salvador, el pulgarcito de Centroamérica. Y me da tanto orgullo porque sé la lucha que tienen que hacer, no solo como madres, pero más que todos las que mantienen nuestra comunidad y nuestras culturas, porque eso siempre se pierde de parte de las mamás usualmente. Me da placer de ver también de sus raíces, roots, right, que han puesto aquí en nuestra comunidad. Muchos no porque quisieron venir aquí, pero fueron forzadas o forzados de venir, pero todavía siguen adelante, sonriendo siempre y echándole ganas y ganas de ganas, aunque no quieren que sobresalimos. Siempre vamos a sobresalir. Creo que este grupo, cual tiene sus raíces con el Centro Laboral de Creighton, tienen eso también. Tenían sus raíces y todavía siguieron adelante, siguieron con su grupo para seguir la lucha, y eso da mucho orgullo. I said Spanglish, but really it's all Spanish. I think the ancestors took over. Pero me da mucho placer y me da orgullo, y espero ver qué tanto seguimos esta relación aquí, más para nuestros hermanos aquí en la ciudad de Rohnert Park y el sur del condado, y de conocer todo lo que han hecho, porque fueron casi todas las mujeres que fueron parte de la huelga de hambre enfrente del condado, que van luchando para nuestras familias, para nuestros trabajadores, y somos los que más llevamos aquí el comercio. Este sí me va a ayudar René. We have Latinas are the highest growing percentage of business owners in the United States.
Las latinas son el porcentaje más alto en todo el país de dueñas de negocios.
That doesn't just mean that it stimulates the economy, it's putting food on tables for their employees.
Y eso no solamente estimula la economía, sino pone comida en la mesa para sus empleados.
It's tax payments, it's property tax payments.
Son pagos de impuestos, incluyendo impuestos de propiedad.
And it's continuing the work with the next generation, especially with the Hispanic Serving Institution of Sonoma State University right in our backyard.
Y continúa con la siguiente generación, especialmente con la Universidad de Sonoma que tenemos aquí en nuestro patio.
Quiero ser bien clara que este país fue fundado de inmigrantes. Este país se lo quitaron de los indígenas de México y los indígenas de América. Y vamos a seguir luchando para nuestra tierra y para nuestros hermanos también. Muchas gracias por estar aquí y todos sus esfuerzos.
Gracias.
Vice Mayor.
What Samantha said. No. Socorro, thank you so much for bringing your team of strong, amazing women with you today.
Socorro, muchas gracias por traer su equipo fuerte y poderoso aquí hoy.
One thing that I actually didn't know about Almas Libres is about the teatro.
Una cosa que yo no sabía antes de Almas Libres es el teatro.
And I believe the opportunity to create a space for people to share their experience and their wisdom through stories makes our community stronger.
Y creo que el hecho de que ustedes relatan sus historias de esa forma le da mucha fuerza a la comunidad.
And I just want to thank you again for the work that you do and let us know how we can help.
Y les quiero dar las gracias de nuevo y avísenos cómo podemos ayudar.
Thank you. You are leaders. You are valued. You're important.
Son líderes, las valoramos, son importantes.
What is happening with our immigrant population here in Sonoma County and across the nation is a disgrace.
Lo que está pasando en contra de las comunidades inmigrantes aquí en el condado de Sonoma y al nivel nacional es una tragedia.
Immigrants historically have provided the greatest asset to our country through our diversity and cultural experiences.
Los inmigrantes traen su diversidad cultural y variedad de experiencias.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that every time we seem to take one step forward, we take two steps backwards.
Qué lástima que parece que tomamos un paso adelante y luego dos pasos para atrás.
This city and this county is very grateful that you exist, and I wish you the best, and I hope that you thrive and you continue to fight.
Esta ciudad crece a causa de ustedes y yo espero que sigan luchando.
Okay, let's take a picture now.
Vamos a tomar una foto.
Okay, now let's move on to presentations, and we'll welcome Chris Cabral from the Committee on the Shelterness, COTS, to give us a Keep People Housed program. Please, Chris, welcome. Come on in. And I believe you have a slide presentation.
We don't. I figured I would just talk. The slide presentations can be so boring.
Okay.
Get them all day. Good to see everybody. I didn't know the audience would be this big, but I'm happy to be here. I'm the CEO for Committee on the Shelterless, known as COTS. We are based in Petaluma. I am also a resident of Rohnert Park. I live in the F section. I think that's you. Good to see you. We serve residents all over Sonoma County. We've been in operation since 1988, and our mission is to, solve homelessness right here in our own backyard, throughout Sonoma County, in the cities, in the rural areas. And one thing that we're really excited about is Keep People Housed. This launched officially December 16th, but we call it this year, so 2025. It is a new pilot homelessness prevention program serving residents throughout the county. This is a public-private partnership, so it is funded through various cities, the County of Sonoma, and the nonprofit All Home, which is an advocacy nonprofit based in the East Bay. And this program is vitally important. I think what we don't talk enough about is how we address both people who are experiencing homelessness and the number of people falling into homelessness. So in the Bay Area, the updated statistic is that for every person we get housed, 3 more fall into homelessness. So if we do not do something about the number of people falling into homelessness, we will continue to see the number of people experiencing homelessness go up and up and up. Despite all of the work that we do, we are housing more people than ever. Every year, we are investing in housing development projects. We are doing so much strategic and collaborative work, not just in this community, but throughout the state, throughout the country. And that work is very, very meaningful. But visually, to our communities, it doesn't look like that much is being done because there are so many people falling into homelessness every day. What this program does is targets flexible financial assistance to households who are at imminent risk of experiencing homelessness, of losing their housing. This is targeted to the most vulnerable households, so households that without intervention would fall into homelessness. They are more likely than not to not be able to self-resolve. It has been wildly successful in Sonoma County. This has been something that's missing in Sonoma County for a long time, and it is a hub and spoke model. So COTS acts as the lead agency. We cut all the checks, we do all the compliance, all of the reporting. We come to events like this and talk to people about what we're doing. And we work with community-based providers who know their communities best, right? We understand that West County Community Services knows Guerneville a lot better than we do. They're doing the outreach there. They're working with the people of that community. COTS serves as the lead agency to reduce administrative burden, reduce burden on the funders, right? So the funders don't have to process an invoice from 10 different agencies. It's a really effective and much more cost-effective model for the funders, and it's faster for the people that need assistance. So just a kind of high-level overview of where we are today, and then I want to talk about Rohnert Park specifically. Sonoma County, out of 6 Bay Area counties that are running this prevention program, has received more applications than any other county. That includes the county, Alameda County, where Oakland is. That also includes San Francisco County. It includes Santa Clara County, where San Jose is. So the need in our community is huge. Right? In the first, 3 months, we received over 1,200 applications. That is a lot of applications. We don't have the resource to pay for every single person who applies. What we're seeing is about 15% of people who are applying for assistance will actually receive assistance. That helps us identify the most vulnerable households and make sure that the resource is available as people continue to apply throughout the pilot period. We also see that almost half of the households receiving assistance have children. And that is a really key thing to look at because there is a huge gap in this community in services, homeless services for families with children. For example, the COTS Family Shelter has a waiting list of over a year. There is not enough shelter in this community for families with children. The same is true for shelters in Santa Rosa. So there is a huge need, not just for housing, but for shelter for families with children. So programs like this are so important to keep those families in their housing. One thing that I was surprised about, maybe you will be too, I don't know, is that the Rohnert Park zip code is actually our most served zip code in this entire countywide project. So not only do we receive the most applications from Rohnert Park, we also issue the most financial assistance to Rohnert Park residents. Of the people in Rohnert Park who have received assistance so far, 90% of them are still in their housing. That is great news. That means we have prevented, gosh, the number is here somewhere. It's several hundred individuals. This is over a 6-month period. That number goes up and up and up in Rohnert Park from falling into the homeless system of care. Another really important metric is that it costs us about $3,700 to keep somebody in their housing. Once an individual falls into housing, from outreach services to referral services to shelter and food and subsidies for housing once they get there, that number reaches closer to $60,000. For a family, that number can reach upwards of $80,000 to $100,000, depending on how large that family is and how long they experience homelessness. So this is an extremely cost-effective way to keep people stably housed, and it also avoids the experience, especially for children, of falling into homelessness in the first place. One other subpopulation I really want to kind of focus your attention on is seniors. So when I say seniors, I mean 65 and over. This is a demographic we are seeing way more in our shelters, in referrals to permanent housing, in applications for prevention. In shelters, in our shelters in Sonoma County, we are the second largest. We've got about 170 beds. Over 65% of the people we serve are 65 or older. Of those folks, 35%, it's actually 36% as of today, are experiencing homelessness for the very first time. So you can imagine being an adult who is 70 years old, 80 years old, 90 years old, who's been housed your whole life, and you can't afford it anymore, whatever the reason may be, and you end up in a congregate emergency shelter. That is not a good situation for a senior. There's not enough housing in this community. The health outcomes are very, very poor. And this program can keep seniors just like that in their housing for $3,700. So my ask to you is to really think about how we address the inflow into homelessness and to think about investing into these types of prevention services so that we can see lower cost per outcome, reduce the stress on the homelessness response system, and have better outcomes in general for the community at large, and for people, that are at imminent risk and just kind of right there on the brink. Happy to take any questions. I don't want to talk your ear off with 75 different metrics and numbers.
No, you're very passionate about what you're doing. We appreciate that. We'll start it off. Who would like to start this off? Please.
Thank you very much. I thought those numbers were great, and I'd just like to start by giving thanks for the house that I have, that I live in. I think most everybody in this room came from a home where they got out of bed this morning, walked less than 15 feet to use a restroom, were able to take a shower, prepare food, drink water all day, and stay out of the heat as much as possible. So I'm very thankful for that. And I'm especially thankful for the work that you and your organization do to keep people housed. I think you're on the right path. And I don't know, we'd like to meet with you, obviously, to kind of get a little more specific. I know in Rohnert Park, we've somehow found the path to getting an application and getting those applications looked at and served. So I don't know what we're doing. We'll keep that a secret for right now. But I had two questions. You talked about that this problem or this program is receiving more applications in Sonoma County than anywhere else in the Bay Area. Why do you think that is the case?
There's a number of reasons for that. I think First and foremost is this has not been something that's been widely available in Sonoma County ever. There have been small pockets of prevention services funded through the county historically, but there's never been a broad approach or like a very accessible online application. It's available in a dozen languages, you know, so it's accessible, and we did a really good job. Aaron over there did a really good job of making it public. I mean, we did dozens of community meetings and billing inserts and ads just to help people understand. KeepPeopleHoused.org. That's how you apply. It's very, very simple.
So the second question I have is, is the county joining into you're the feeder, you're the place where everybody goes to do this? Because, I mean, like we have the Rohnert Park People Services Center that we work with, Petaluma People Services Center, and we've got kind of that taken care of there a little bit. And it seems like we're working now through COTS for this particular program. Is the county on board for this, what you're doing?
Yes, the county is one of the
Providing funding?
funders, yep, as well as the city of Santa Rosa and the city of Petaluma.
Okay. Lastly, I just can't barely wrap my head around the fact that it costs $3,700 to keep a person housed and anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 to $100,000 to keep a person or a family housed, or once they get unhoused, to get them housed again. So those are just really huge, absolutely huge numbers. Thank you very much for everything you do. Until we stop the get one housed, get 3 people unhoused, I just don't know any other way out of this problem. Because I know in Rohnert Park, we went from basically 0 to what we're doing now since 2002, January 2002. And we've made some tremendous strides in Rohnert Park.
22.
Right, 22. Did I say 2002?
2002, yeah.
I wasn't even born then. At any rate, I know we've made some great strides, but it seems like, you know, obviously 1 step forward, 3 steps back. And so anything we can do to kind of keep that moving forward, I think I speak for my colleagues when I say we'd love to meet with you and see what we can do. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, and I would love that.
Thank you. Councilmember, please.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Hi, Aaron. Thank you so much. I know that today is just everybody seeing a glimpse of what you do, especially on a board of the COC, and how you advocate fiercely for our unhoused population. And I have to thank you. I know that a lot of times you don't hear it a lot, but know that you are seen and your work are also seen, and we really appreciate your advocacy for that. I know that the hardest thing right now with everything that's going on with the federal cuts and with the cuts that is coming toward our way, I know that the county has been speaking, the group of elected officials have been talking, and we don't know where we're heading, but I'm hoping that the work that you've been putting together and the people that you've been helping for many, many years, we try to come with a solution that will really help. And also, I know that our unhoused population right now are also scared, especially those that have children, because they don't know what's going to happen. But for you to come here tonight and try to give an introduction, I would say, and also to show people that, yes, the work is there, there's people in need, and it's growing, it's going to grow even more. There's a need there for all of us as a community to start to think about what our future will be, along with everybody on board. So thank you so much for your work, and I'm looking forward to continue working with you. And I know that I'm not speaking on behalf of the council, but I know that they share the same sentiment of really advocating for the less fortunate in our community. So thank you.
Councilmember, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I know, a bit to Councilmember Adams' point, it is quite a cost difference when you catch people upstream versus when they're starting to drown. And with all the cuts happening, that's trickling down, that's going to almost, I don't even know, it's not even triple the impact that's happening. But I think the important part as well is that you can see with Rohnert Park political will and but more importantly, the community care and collaboration. A lot goes a long way when there's respectful kind of collaboration and cooperation and knowing, right, what's in whose wheelhouse and how can we make this work for the folks involved. I am a little bit curious too, and maybe this is just opinion, but it seems like out of those 6 counties, we are considered maybe the most reasonably priced. I don't know if anyone's kind of measuring that. Is it tracking folks coming this way, or other organizations saying, well, we located a house in Sonoma County because it's less expensive than maybe San Francisco, Marin, or whatever it may be. Although we live here and it's like, that does not feel less expensive. But the work that's being done, and to know that it's been done for nearly 40 years is incredible. And I think that's a testament to the organization, the leadership of the organization over that time, and their staff as well. It's a hard pill to swallow to know 50% of these families have children, and we tend to forget children a lot of times, or kind of choose where we want to remember or not, local and globally. And so I would hope, as we are participants in the mayors and council members and working with our county partners, that we look at that again and make sure that we're providing support there as well. There's so many subsets within the whole community, but when kids are housed, great things can happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you for being here, Chris. One of the things that we didn't get to enjoy in the presentation was a better understanding of a few of the circumstances under which people find themselves needing to take advantage of the program. Could you just share a little bit about that for the group? And
Sure.
Also, relatedly, like some of the ways that they use those funds to stay, because it's very creative. I feel like one thing I love about the Keeping People Housed program is that it's really customized to those individuals and their specific needs that are putting them at risk of being unsheltered.
Yes, of course, I would love to. There's 3 kind of major underlying causes that kind of put people in these situations. One is pretty obvious, it's job loss, job change, right? So maybe somebody's work is seasonal and their hours were reduced. Hours were reduced more than they thought they would be, whatever that case may be. They lost a job. So kind of those workforce-related economic changes is a big one. Another really big one is medical issues. So if somebody's out of work for a really long time, or maybe it was a 2-income household and somebody can't work for 9 months, 12 months, 2 years, that's another really big one. And then the other one that we see quite a bit, especially with birth and death, is family change, separation of parents, you lose an income. We see it a lot with seniors, a spouse will pass away. We see it a lot with young couples, they'll have a baby and it's suddenly very, very expensive. So those are the 3 big ones: job change, family change, medical issue. What was the second part of that question?
It was, what are some examples of ways that people use those funds that they receive to stay stable?
Yeah, so you're right, it's really, really flexible. We don't have a ton of restrictions. What we follow is like, how can we help mitigate this imminent risk this crisis, basically, that you're in? How can we help you stabilize? And that's really driven by the applicant. Most of the time, it's paying rental arrears to keep them from getting an eviction notice. But we can also pay utility bills, right? We encounter households all the time, they haven't had water service for months. They haven't had electricity for months. So we pay rental arrears, we can pay deposits to move somebody from a really expensive place to a cheaper place so that they can stabilize long-term. We also will pay in kind of creative ways. Like we just served a household, it was a transitional age youth. They were about, 19, 20. And they had to take a class, right, to get their driver's license back. And they couldn't get to work without their driver's license. So we paid for them to go to that class, paid for their DMV fees, they got their license back, they got a job, they stayed in their house. So it's really flexible and it just depends on the needs of the person applying.
Thank you. That's all.
And before I go, I believe Councilmember Rodriguez had another question.
I did. It was a little bit to that point of, could you tell us a little bit of what that money's for? I think sometimes it's just, we don't know what we don't know. And so when you kind of hear it costs this much to help people stay unhoused, sometimes it can be heard or understood as like, well, I want money to stay in my house or pay my rent, right? What, as you mentioned, kind of back pay to not get evicted, is there a measurement, or are you able to kind of talk on how many folks almost quickly come out of that program where it's like they just needed maybe 3 months and then you see them just flourish? Is that being followed?
Yeah, that's a great question. You also asked a question earlier in a roundabout way, and to clear that up, you have to live in Sonoma County already to qualify. So people won't be moving from out of the area to come here. But yeah, so this is a short-term program. This is not a long-term rental subsidy, right? We're not housing vouchers, we're nothing like that. This is a short-term, folks come in, they've experienced a crisis, something changed with their situation, whatever that change was. And we provide short-term case management and short-term financial assistance to help them overcome or mitigate whatever barrier that is. So we might help them apply for jobs. We might help them locate alternate housing. We also do some roommate matching. So some people get in situations where they lose an income, they need a roommate. We can collect preferences, match them with other people who've applied in the same program in the same situation, and match them that way. So there's a lot of different ways that it's used, but that's a good point. It is short-term assistance. This program is not resourced well enough to provide long-term ongoing subsidies.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. You know, there are so many misconceptions around homelessness and why people become homeless. To Councilmember Rodriguez's point, given the unfortunate demise of SAY, you know, keeping children housed should be a paramount concern in our community. And to Councilmember Adams' point, when we started this journey together as a community in 2020, we had no resources, and of course, now we have 3 of the 4 foundational pieces: our SAFE team, our temporary supportive housing, and of course, also Susan mentioned the Rohnert Park People Services, and we hope to hear soon from HCD that we will have a permanent supportive housing program as well, so keep your fingers crossed for that. But you provide such an important service, and upstream investment is the way to go. I mean, I sit, as Samantha mentioned, on the ad hoc committee with Supervisors Hermosillo and Hopkins and Mayor Stapp from Santa Rosa. And this is a very complicated ball of yarn to unwind. And it's been an enlightening experience over the last couple of meetings, you know, that we've had. So we are making progress, but once again, given the weight of what's going on nationally, whether it's the impact of tariffs and the food prices increasing, et cetera, this need is really important. And I like the whole concept of the program. It's almost like a guaranteed minimum income type of a program, but it gives the individual or the family, you know, the opportunity to decide, you know, how we're going to use this. You know, are we going to pay some rent? Are you going to put food on the table? You're going to buy, you know, baby formula, diapers, et cetera, right? And I know that it seems daunting that 1,500 people applied for this and only 184 families were able to receive it, but that's 184 families that you did some great work, and those are each one of those individual success stories. What was a little shocking to me, and we didn't talk about it, 64% of the people receiving services are female. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them are seniors. And so this is a part of the community that we need to take care of. You know, we can't be turning our backs on these individuals. So I want to thank you, and I appreciate the presentation. Let me just read this real quick to make sure somebody else doesn't have another comment. Oh, Susan wants to have a picture. Absolutely, we can have a picture.
Sure, would love to.
And then we'll move on to public comment. Yeah. dots. These are the guys that are doing it. Okay. We have no department head briefing, so we'll go to public comment. So I have the 10 cards in front of me. When we start public comment, can you start the timer? Because if we finish in advance of the 30 minutes, I'd like to allow some more people to comment. You will have another opportunity at the end of the meeting to do public comment as well. So I'll call you up in a group of 3 to try to squeeze in as many as we possibly can. So Patrick Mundy, Stephanie Lennox, and Molly Rubart. Welcome.
Do I have the full 3 minutes? I was walking in. Yeah, you get Great. My name is Patrick Mundy. I have a child in the 9th grade at Credo High School. I'm a homeowner in the Somo Village directly across the street from the high school, and I'm here to tell you why Resinergy's so-called administrative permit is invalid. 1, the EPA proactively affirmed as recently as 2023 that it continues to categorize plastics pyrolysis as incineration. In zoning ordinance section 17.06.840, incineration of any kind is banned in all of Rohnert Park. The Resinergy wordplay about the dictionary definition of incineration is irrelevant. What matters here is the statutory definition, and the Air Quality Management District engineers in this report correctly identified the Resinergy CMAP as an other solid waste incinerator. So any use permit for Resinergy in any part of Rohnert Park must be summarily denied. The law says they cannot operate here. 2, calling Resinergy's operation a recycling facility in order to issue it an administrative permit is incorrect. Recycling facility is clearly defined in zoning ordinance section 17.04 and refers to either a large or small collection facility or a reverse vending machine. That section of the code does not contemplate processing that involves pelletizing the recyclables and then vaporizing them at between 800 and 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Resinergy, from a statutory perspective, is neither a collection facility nor a reverse vending machine and is ineligible for an administrative permit, no matter how much you want them to have the permit so they could close their $18 million Series B round and stay in business, which is what happened, isn't it? The permit is invalid, illegal, null and void, and worthless. Its issuance is in violation of several parts of municipal code, and more people are becoming aware of this. City Council, exercise your authority under zoning ordinance section 17.25.142 and revoke the existing permit now by your own motion. The grounds for revocation are clear, as you've been shown many times in the last several months under section 17.25.141A1. The permit or variance was issued on the basis of erroneous or misleading information, misrepresentation, or fraud. It is not a recycling facility. The zoning code says so, and despite what city attorney said last 2 meetings ago, you have the authority to revoke that permit right now. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Lennox. Excuse me, just hold the time for a second. While others are speaking, please be respectful. We do not want clapping and cheering and jeering at the end, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry. Stephanie, we cut into your time. Please go ahead.
Hi, council members. I am Stephanie Lennox, Sonoma County resident, SSU alumni, environmental education consultant, and business owner for 20 years, Change.org petition starter, and most importantly, mom of 2 Credo High School students. I stand before you again today to continue expressing my grave and deep concerns. And today I come bearing an olive branch, a universal sign of goodwill, which is I want for all of us, peace and goodwill. I want council to feel encouraged to make the same determination as the Air District, as the Sonoma County Department of Health, and the EPA. Somo Village's Resinergy project is not recycling, it is a plastics incinerator. I want the council to feel supported in bringing the last 7 years of this project shrouded from the public into the light. I want you to feel encouraged to stop advocating for a toxic industry to be sited 500 feet from our children, families, and businesses. Plastic pyrolysis in the past 50 years has not been successful because it is not energy efficient nor economically viable, and certainly not a healthy land use for people to coexist with. Just Google search, is living next door to nearby plastic pyrolysis healthy for humans? And the answer comes back with no spin. It comes back as no. Plastic pyrolysis operations are not healthy for nearby residents due to the release of toxic air pollutants. I want council to find the courage to stand up to Resynergy, who has been misrepresenting themselves to sway opinion that their brand new pyrolysis operation is different because they use microwaves to superheat the plastics. Changing the heating source to melt plastics does not change physics, nor the output of oil and toxic waste, which is mostly non-condensable gases that they will be burning off on site. Hence the Air Board's notice about a new coming source of air pollution to our town and county. I want council to find the truth behind Resynergy's claim. The truth is they are not innovative because, as the Press Democrat has come to describe this operation, they are novel. They are merely proposing to start up their latest research version. The reason why Resynergy wants to be in Somo Village and next to a school is to fulfill their business design, to have their units in neighborhoods next to schools throughout the entire United States and beyond. We do not consent to being an integral part of Resynergy's novel research testing phase. I hope for council's stance to be confident that we protect our health, not by allowing a novel technology to cite themselves in the middle of our people places. Revoke the permits now and set a hearing date. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Before I call up the next speaker, I'd like to get the next three in line, please. Elizabeth Ginkle, Blake Johnson, and Haley Seppa. Please welcome Molly.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Good to see you again. I'm Molly Rebar. I'm a resident of M Section, and I'm here again in opposition to the proposed incinerator in Somo Village. Tonight, I want to talk to you about some of what's changed since the public first found out about Resynergy on July 18th. What we have learned and uncovered changes the playing field. Resynergy is operating without regard for the rules and laws, and they are doing so in the same building as a school and in the middle of a residential zone. To me, the story is clear and the facts are damning. You have an opportunity ahead of you to make things right based on what we've uncovered. First, the Air District has issued 5 notices of violation for constructing and operating without authorization. The company admitted to running for over 11,500 hours without permits, conduct that qualifies as a felony under the Clean Air Act. The city of Rohnert Park itself has issued a red tag stop work order against Resynergy for constructing and installing equipment without permits. This is not a paperwork error. This is a direct violation of city code and evidence of disregard for legal process. Through a public records request, we know that required notices were not sent to residents. Instead, notices went to the Somo Village and Century communities. By law, the permit process is invalid when the public is not properly notified. The Sonoma County Department of Health sent a letter to Resynergy saying their operations are recycling only in vernacular. It formally classifies their operation as a transformation facility. In plain language, a solid waste incinerator. This again shows that despite what Resynergy says, the facts don't change. So tonight I ask you directly, what legacy do you want to leave? Do you want to be remembered as the council that stood by while untold health, safety, and economic risks were imposed on our community by a company that has shown they can't be trusted? Or as the council that did what's right? Please do what's right. Call for an independent investigation to identify where this process failed and revoke the permits and hold a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Elizabeth Ginkle, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Betsy Ginkle. I reside in Petaluma. I have a daughter who lives in M Section of Rohnert Park, less than a half a mile away from the proposed Resynergy incinerator. I'm here to express my concern for her health and safety, as well as the health and safety of the other residents, Credo High School students, faculty, staff, and other employees of Somo Village. One of the aspects of this project that seems so irregular to me is how the heck the project got green-lighted by the planning department. Why is an associate planner able to circumvent the planning commission and issue an administrative use permit? A project of this size, scope, and magnitude should be reviewed by the planning commission and the results of that brought to city council, to you. When a project impacts a lot of people, there needs to be a process of public review. That has not happened. Instead, there's been secrecy. As elected officials, your constituents expect you to represent them as the residents of Rohnert Park. New homes continue to be built around Somo Village. A high school is in the middle of Somo Village. This is not the right location for an incinerator. It's just common sense. Given that, I ask that you hold a public hearing and revoke the permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blake Johnson, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Blake Johnson. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Credo. I have also worked as a quality and reliability engineer for 30+ years in high-tech and renewable energy. During the last Rohnert Park City Council meeting, we saw a coordinated team of Synergy and Somo Village employees, family, and friends in support of operating the plastic pyrolysis petrochemical facility next to Credo High School and the surrounding community. They dressed themselves in Save Our Planet t-shirts. Following that night, I became more curious about who is financially pushing this facility in our community. Right next to our kids' high school, here's what I found. Synergy secures $18 million in Series B extension led by Rohnert to accelerate plastic recycling innovation. Rohnert is a leading investment and asset management company of the Perenco Group. So who is Perenco? The Perenco Group is one of the largest privately owned oil and gas companies in the world. I Googled Perenco and found some very concerning articles regarding accusations of operational violations, negligent pollution, and human rights abuse. Why would a company like this be so interested in operating a plastics pyrolysis petrochemical plant in our community? Are they trying to save our planet? I encourage everyone to do their own research. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Before I call the next speaker, I'd like to cue the next 3. Heather Gallagher, please. Carrie Flake, or Cami Flake, excuse me, and Kelly Sullivan. Please, Haley, welcome.
My name is Haley Suppa. My wife and I bought a house in Somo Village last year, and we have a 20-month-old daughter who is a part of 5th generation for this area. At the last council meeting, we all listened to a lot of friends and family and coworkers of Brad Baker and Brian Bauer asking us to trust them, to trust the company, to trust the innovative technology. But trust doesn't come from well wishes or high hopes. It is earned through transparency and actions. And so far, there has not been a single step in this process for Synergy that has been above board. Synergy was caught violating air quality regulations with multiple citations. They were cited for operating without proper permits. They have been red tagged. There was a stop work order that was issued by the city because of code violations. Public notification was not done properly. And they have filed as a recycling facility to be able to operate in a light industrial zone. Under California law, the definition of a recycling facility is a place that sorts, cleans, processes, or repackages recyclable materials without burning, incineration, or chemical transformation. And whether it's by heat or microwave, pyrolysis changes the chemical structure of the material. And it produces fuels and generates residual waste and emissions. Sonoma County recently told them that they must apply for a waste facility permit because what they're doing is thermochemical treatment of plastic waste. Synergy has also skirted transparency with minimal public notice, and only now, after community uproar, are they offering tours and saying they'll educate us on what they're doing. That's not transparency, it's damage control. And that does not make us anti-innovative or anti-dealing with our massive plastic crisis. It makes us pro-accountability in pursuing these critical initiatives. The council owes it to its residents to enforce the zoning laws properly, to prioritize public health, and to stop treating this community like an afterthought of business development. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Gallagher, please.
Mayor, could you please ask her to put the microphone right?
Sure. Yeah, okay. And Heather, could you speak real close to the microphone? Sometimes it's a little problematic to hear. I'm sorry.
No, no worries. I have a really loud voice, so I don't know if you really want me that close.
Perfect.
I can project. Good evening, Rohnert Park City Council and surrounding community. My name is Heather Gallagher. I reside in Petaluma, California. I'm here today to request that you revoke Resynergy's administrative permit. Resynergy's plastic pyrolysis plant takes unrecyclable plastics, pulverizes them, and creates virgin oil product and gases that can allegedly be used to make food-grade plastic and fuel. They're hazardous plant. Resynergy's lobbyists have done a good job deflecting the dangers of having this facility in a neighborhood across the street from a high school in a sustainable agricultural community by stating the gases released daily are the equivalent of a truck driving by your house or fuel from an airplane. But what they don't tell you is that the hazardous gases and waste from operating their continuous microwave associated pyrolysis machine stay localized and accumulate over time. Plastic creates pollution at every stage of its life cycle, whether it's a solid, liquid, or a gas state. This pollution occurs during production, use, and disposal. As of 2024, the United States is home to 28 plastic pyrolysis facilities that aren't trying to harm the environment or the people. They are trying to create a billion-dollar business model that puts profits and pollution before people and the planet so that we don't have an incentive to reduce our consumption. Instead, they aim to continue plastic production at an alarming rate by convincing people melting plastic is a solution. Banning plastic pyrolysis is a solution in our community to protect and preserve air, water, and soil quality. Plain and simple, plastic equals pollution, whether it's a solid, liquid, or a gas. I am deeply concerned about the known and move that our elected officials honor and uphold the Federal Air Quality Act by placing a plastic pyrolysis ban. Thank you.
Thank you. And is it Cami or Carrie next? I apologize.
That's okay. It's Cami.
It's nice handwriting. I just can't read it.
It's Cami.
Okay, welcome, please.
Thank you. This is my first time speaking here, so good evening. Well, thank you.
A little closer.
Okay,
Thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a resident of Rohnert Park. I live across the street from Somo Village, and my child attends Credo High School. We don't want to live near a plastics incinerator. I don't want my child going to school next door to a plastics incinerator. We don't want to breathe in cancer-causing toxins every day, toxins emitted by 5 tons of microwaved plastic every day, microwave radiation all day, every day, chipping 5 tons of plastic every day, breathing in the unregulated microplastics, drinking the microplastics, eating the microplastics. This is not recycling. Rohnert Park defines recycling as not using power to process. Resynergy's microwave uses power. So how is this a valid permit? According to the city, incinerators are a prohibited land use in Rohnert Park. I know there's some debate about whether or not Resynergy is an incinerator, but plastic pyrolysis under state and federal law is considered incineration. The EPA defines plastics pyrolysis as an incinerator. The Bay Area Air Quality Management Board defines Resynergy as an incinerator. Resynergy is seeking an incinerator permit, excuse me, from Bay Area Air Quality Management Board. They are an incinerator by all these definitions, and therefore, under Rohnert Park laws, is not allowed. Our insurance company will consider this as an incinerator. Our home value will be determined by this plastics incineration designation. In 2020, there was a similar oxygen-deficient plastics pyrolysis microwave in Denmark. Due to operator error, oxygen got in and it exploded. They tried to fix it, and in 2021, it exploded again, and they gave up. So you are saying it's okay to test this operation again in our community? Next door to where, my child goes to school. Practices baseball, his friends run track right by that that smokestack. My neighbors walk and exercise across the street from our home, right by that smokestack, the home we poured everything into, the home that we won't be able to insure against fire if this happens, where barrels of this combustible toxic crude oil will bump along a 2-lane road next to our homes, houses, fields, farms, and an elementary school. Please reject this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I call the next speaker, how much time do I have left, Madam Clerk? Perfect. So would Dr. Laurel Stardkey, Mary Diaz, and Kira Bauman please come into the room, or if you're in the room, please line up. And Kelly Sullivan, please welcome.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am a resident in W section for almost 3 years. I'm going to start crying. I feel like I've been down a rabbit hole. I'm also worried about my health and wellness, but I'm also in the business of real estate. So 3-4 weeks ago, all these signs were like in the neighborhood. So I'm been in real estate over 35 years, and my job is to disclose and be transparent. And it's a really big part of what I do. And I'm selling a property in Windsong. And Resynergy knocked at my door the day before, and I have a seller that's selling her place in Windsong to a buyer, and we're doing all the disclosure and transparency that it takes to sell and buy property in this community. I bought really wanting a really great community. So unbeknownst to me, all these signs, so now I'm going down this rabbit hole and trying to figure out, so next thing you know, I'm in escrow. It closed, 12 days ago. My seller can't sleep at night because of all these signs, and we have to disclose it, right? We have to be transparent. We have to be ethical. I've been in this business for 35 years locally, selling real estate for over 35 years. So we disclose it, we become transparent, and that buyer had 5 days to make a decision whether to buy her home or not in Windsong, which is very much affected. We're all affected here, not only our health and wellness, but our whole livelihoods. I'm starting to have to disclose. I disclose everything, and I always offer transparency, even if it makes your voice shake. Transparency is the key, and we don't need this in our community. Kelly Sullivan, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Laurel? Dr. Laurel? Okay. Are you Mary, perhaps? Thank you, Mary. Go right ahead.
Hello, good evening, members of the council. My name is Mary Diaz. My daughter is a freshman at Credo High School. My family chose this school for its values and its promise of a safe environment. I am here tonight because the proposed Resynergy incinerator puts that promise at risk. I am asking you to stop this project based on a clear failure of due diligence at 3 levels. First, a regulatory failure. Resynergy is currently under investigation by state regulators for allegedly operating its exiting pilot plant without the proper hazardous waste permits. This is not a future possibility. It is a present-day allegation of non-compliance. An operator who cannot follow the rules at a small experimental site should not be trusted with a first-of-its-kind commercial facility next to a residence and school. Second, a fiscal failure. This company has received millions in public grants. It is irresponsible to continue supporting a project with public funds when the operator is already being investigated for alleged violations. Third, this is a political failure. A state bill, SB 131, created a loophole that allows this project to bypass a full environmental review, silencing community input. You are this community's last line of defense against a flawed state-level process. The presence of this facility will impact Credo High School's future. As parents, we cannot ignore the risk of an experimental incinerator run by an operator with a questionable compliance record. Many families will have to reconsider their future at the school if this project proceeds. I urge you to do your due diligence. Please stop all local permitting for this project and rezone the area next to the two schools and in an affordable housing development. It is the responsibility of elected officials to protect the students, the school, and this community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a Kira Bowman and a Patrick Mundy. Chief, can you help me? Is there a Kira Bowman out there? Patrick Mundy? Oh, excuse me. Oh, Patrick already spoke? Oh. He was twice, okay. Then I'm looking for Kira, and then I'm looking for Laura Blatt. Kira or Laura Blatt? Okay. Welcome.
I'm Laura Blatt, not Kira.
You're Laura Blatt, thank you, please. And if you could get close to that microphone.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yes. My name is Laura Blatt. I'm a 77-year-old woman who has lived in my house for over 40 years. It is located 3/4 of a mile from the proposed Resynergy plant. I'm here to support parents of Credo High School students and my community. Also, let's not forget the elderly and those with pre-existing conditions. I am part of that last group. I'm concerned about the emissions from the Resynergy pyrolysis incinerator, as well as the potential for explosions and fire. This plant does not belong in a residential community and certainly not within 1,000 feet of a school. You, as the city of Rohnert Park, passed along the Resynergy proposal as an administrative issue without proper public input. As others have so eloquently said before me, the Resynergy permit is flawed, and I ask you to revoke it. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for Kira Bowman. Kira? Okay, we'll move on to Greg Schmidt and then Mark Plotkin. Please, Chief. Perfect. Please, Greg, welcome.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council Attorney, for having us here tonight. I wanted to take some time just to make sure that you view this opposition to Resynergy in the right way. We're very aware and very appalled by the excessive amount of unrecyclable plastic that our society produces. We know it's a problem. Most of us would tell you we support efforts to reduce the use of these plastics. We also support discoveries of new ways to deal with the existing unrecyclable plastic and to reduce waste going to landfills. What you probably will also understand is that we don't support experimental technologies like plastic pyrolysis, which is untested, unproven, and dangerous as stated by third-party experts, and it should not be in neighborhoods or near schools. As Councilwoman Rodriguez said earlier tonight, we cannot forget the children. No step in the process of pyrolysis is 100% safe. Accidents like leaks or explosions or just issues with the sheer amount of fuel, those accidents are going to happen, and they're going to hurt our community. They're going to endanger lives and endanger health. We ask that you stop this process, the permit process, and encourage Resynergy to move this experimental design to a more appropriate place. I also want to address the speakers that have been here for the last 2+ meetings. Now this is the third. By my count, there was around 26 speakers in favor of Resynergy at the last meeting. Almost all, I counted one, almost all of them had a personal or professional interest in making this project happen. They were either family, friends, investors, employees, business partners, or tenants of Mr. Baker or Mr. Bauer. Unlike those speakers, the people who are against this project, the speakers you hear against this project, like the 5,500 signatories of the change.org petition, are constituents, are people in your neighborhoods, the people who elected you. They count on you. They feel like you are derelict in your duties. You are not hearing our concerns and rejecting your responsibilities. Please cancel the permits and hold a public hearing into this matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Mark Plotkin. Please welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How's that? Well, first of all, my name's not Joe, so let's clear that up first. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, I want to approach this issue from a different perspective, a strictly personal one. I'm not going to repeat all the facts and other matters that have already been cited. I'm a resident of H section. I live about just under 5 miles, so I'm still inside the radius. I'm 65 years old. I'm in good health and in good shape. And I stay in shape by, among other things, riding a bicycle all through various parts of the city. And the long and the short of it is that if this project goes through, you know, it's not, in addition to myself, I see other riders every day, walkers, hikers, all of us being able to get out and enjoy these beautiful days that, you know, that we experience. And the long and the short of it is if this project goes through, we're going to lose that capability, and if we persist, we may not be in good health for very long. So again, I'd like to add my voice to those who are calling for a public hearing and revocation of the permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I close public comment, I just want to say thank you to everyone who came out, and the council appreciates how respectful you've been up to this point. You will have another opportunity to comment. You will have another opportunity to comment at the end of the meeting, and so please do so, and I'm holding on to those comment cards. Public comment period is closed. Okay, let's move on to the consent calendar. Any of my fellow council members need to please come to order. Any of my fellow council members need to comment or pull an item from the consent calendar? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Motion.
I'll make motion to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you.
I will second.
Okay, motion has a first and a second. We'll do a vote of affirmation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries 5-0. We'll go on to our first, let me get there.
Apologies, Mayor. Can we
Please,
take
yes.
a quick 5-minute bio break?
We're going to take a 5-minute bio break. We will return at 8:40, or 8:40, 6. And the dais, please. We'll come to order and resume. Chief, could you please let the folks in the lobby know that there are plenty of empty seats now and they're welcome to come in? Okay, we'll bring this back to order and we'll go to our regular items. Consider canceling and rescheduling the November 25th, 2025 City Council meeting, and by minute order, schedule a December 2nd, 2025 special meeting for the water rate public hearing, and cancel the December 23rd, 2025 regular City Council meeting. This is not a project under California Environmental Quality Act. Can we have the staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you, Sylvia Lopez, City Clerk. And tonight,
could we come to order, please? Thank you. Is it outside? Okay. Why don't we just hang on so these folks can come back in and get them a chance to sit down?
thank you.
Okay, if you guys could come on and have a seat, that'd be great. Please. Okay, please resume.
Thank you, Mayor. And as the title indicates, tonight we're asking Council for direction regarding the City Council meeting schedule for November and December of 2025. As you know, the November 11th Council meeting will be canceled because it falls on a holiday on Veterans Day. And so it will be automatically canceled. And we would like Council to deliberate on the November 25th meeting, which is right before Thanksgiving, and decide if you would like to hold a meeting on November 25 as a schedule and conduct limited business with limited staff, or cancel the November 25th meeting and move those items to a special meeting on either November 18 or December 2nd. The reason we're suggesting December 2nd is because we are requesting that you schedule a special meeting on that date to conduct a public hearing on proposed water rate increases. Also, we are going to be meeting on December 9 to install the new mayor and vice mayor and celebrate the city's accomplishments. However, we are recommending canceling the December 23rd meeting because of the holidays. This has been the city's standard practice over the past 14 years. The city has canceled this meeting 13 times. So in short, we would like direction on the November 25th meeting. For you to schedule a special meeting on December 2nd for the public hearing on proposed water rate increases, and to cancel the December 23rd, 2025 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Before we go to deliberation, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment, and I'll turn to my colleagues who would like to start this off or make a motion. Or
I'd like to make a motion that we take the staff recommendation. We cancel the meeting on the week of November the 25th, and we hold the meeting on, oh, here it is, I'm sorry.
December 2nd.
The 2nd and the
December the 2nd, right. What's the 9th?
The 2nd is a special meeting.
Oh, yes. So the only meeting we'd be changing is we'd cancel the 25th, and we'd have one on the 2nd, and we'd hold the 9th, same as we usually would.
Yes, so any business that will be conducted on the 25th will be moved to December 2nd
Yes,
special
thank you.
meeting.
I'll second
That's
that.
my motion, yeah, there you go.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? We'll do a vote of affirmation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries 5-0.
Okay,
And I will recognize the city manager.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. And the only other consideration for you is in November, if your schedule allows to meet on the 18th of November. November 18th, as included in the staff report. I don't believe I heard that whether or not that worked for the council.
That works,
Yes.
yeah, I thought that was, I should have said that more clearly.
The recommendation was if council would like to conduct the November 25 meeting as is, or reschedule that to November 18 or December 2nd. And I believe the motion was for December
2nd.
Correct.
So just for the record, there will be no meetings in November.
So that's...
It is my understanding that there is a meeting that we are replacing the November 25th meeting with a meeting on November the 18th.
Correct.
I don't think we want to go the whole month of November without a meeting.
No.
So I,
No, we discussed this.
That is correct.
So we'll have to change the motion, Madam City Attorney?
That's not how this reads.
So can we have an amendment to that motion? Go ahead,
I'll
Samantha,
amend the
please.
motion
Okay.
to what Sylvia just said. Why don't you restate it for us? And
Yes, so the motion will be to cancel the November 25th City Council meeting, to schedule a special meeting on November 18, 2025, to schedule a special meeting on December 2nd for the proposed water rate increases, and to cancel the December 23rd City Council meeting.
Is that
I couldn't have said
agreeable?
it better myself.
Is that agreeable to the second of the second?
Thank you.
Yes.
Perfect.
I still second.
So do we need another vote of affirmation?
Yes, please.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, the motion finally sorted out carries 5-0 with no opposition.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Uh-huh. So we'll go to 9B, accept the 2025 water rate study report, direct staff, and send a notice of public hearing, and provide direction regarding rate adjustment timelines and notices. And I will welcome Betsy Howes and Mark Hildebrand. Please proceed with your report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. As you said, we are going to be presenting to you the 2025 water rate study recommendations, and we're going to have a presentation by our water rate consultant, Mark Hildebrand, and so I'm going to turn it over to Mark for the presentation.
Great, thank you for having me here this evening. I'll be giving a presentation which is very similar to the presentation I gave you a few weeks back, with some modifications based on our conversation. Next slide. Oh, I guess I have control. For the agenda, I'll cover utility rate setting in general, just sort of an introduction of how utility rates are set in California. Then we'll jump into the financial plan for the water enterprise, including some capital funding scenarios. And we'll wrap up with project schedule and recommendations. So just to set the stage, when we set rates for water and wastewater and other types of utilities, we don't set the rates based on how other folks charge, but it's always useful to have a sense of where you stand in terms of how other communities charge for their rates. So if we look at the current rates being charged by the city of Rohnert Park for a typical single-family home with average water use, you can see that you're below average. I'd say you're at the bottom of the middle of the pack there, which is a good place to be. The utility rate setting process can be either a comprehensive study or it can be just a financial plan. In this case, we're just doing a financial plan. If it was a comprehensive study, would be updating the cost of service and rate design, so we'd be making structural changes to the rates and how you charge your customers. In this case, we're keeping the same rate structure that the city currently charges. We're just looking at the sufficiency of the revenue that you're getting from those rates and just making sure that it can fund your capital spending program. As far as the laws that the city has to follow, it falls under what's called Proposition 218. It's part of the California Constitution. I won't get into all the details of what that law says, but there's two major components. The first component simply says that you can't charge more than the cost of providing service. So that means you can't make a profit. You can't transfer money out of the water fund and into, say, to change light bulbs in City Hall or pay for police services. It has to stay in the water fund. And you can't charge more to one group of customers in the interest of trying to subsidize another group of customers. So you have to be fair and equitable and keep it in the fund. The other portion of the law says that you have to give the public the opportunity to protest against the rates if they choose to protest against it. And so at the end of this meeting, we will be recommending to council to direct staff to send out the notice, the 45-day notice in advance of the public hearing that we're proposing to hold in December. There are some new rate setting procedures that the city adopted recently. There's a new law that came into effect called AB 2257. It's an additional layer to what has traditionally been the protest process. This new layer gives your ratepayers an opportunity to, quote unquote, object to the rates. If they feel that the rates are unlawful and they want to object, they have the ability to do that. That's going to be described in the public hearing notice that we send out. And so they'll have 45 days where they can submit their claim that somehow the water rates are not lawful, and the city will have to provide a response to those objections if they receive them. This is just a quick schematic of cash flow as it goes through the water utility fund. The green on the left is the different types of revenue. The vast majority of the revenue comes through user rates, the rates that your customers pay. But there's some miscellaneous operating revenue, interest earnings, and some capacity charges that you get from developers. That goes into three of your funds, either the operating fund, the capital preservation fund, or the capacity fund, and those pay for different things, respectively, the operation and maintenance costs, or capital projects, or expansion projects. When it comes to reserves, so the amount of cash that we keep in the reserves, there are some existing policies that the city has adopted. The first is the operating reserve. So the city does have a policy where you have a target of keeping at least 50% of your annual operating budget in cash, and that's just in case there's some sort of shortage in revenue, or if there's a change in operating costs, you want to have some cushion so that you're not facing a deficit. There's also a rate stabilization reserve, which ensures that you're able to pay for any existing debt. A third policy, which isn't a formal city policy, but it is recommended by the study, is that you keep a capital reserve. And the capital reserve is intended to provide a cushion for the volatile nature of capital spending. So capital spending can vary by millions of dollars every year, depending on the timing of different projects. And so by having a healthy capital reserve, you can continue to cash fund your project rather than relying on debt. Here's a snapshot of the revenue. As I mentioned, the vast majority of the revenue for the water utility comes from rate revenue. It's about almost 88% of the revenue. And you can see the other forms of revenue there: penalty revenue, interest earnings, et cetera. On the other side of the coin, here is the operating and debt expenses in various categories. You can see purchasing of water is the largest expense. You do purchase water from Sonoma County. And you have a bit of internal debt for an internal loan for some capital spending. So we started the financial plan with these costs. We're assuming that these are the costs are representative of what's going to happen over the next 10 years, but we also have to anticipate what inflation is going to look like following this year. And so most of the costs we're assuming will go up by 3%, but there are some certain categories that will go up faster than that. And based on insight that we have, we assume that salaries, benefits, utilities, chemicals, and vehicle replacement will go up by 5% per year. Sonoma County water, the wholesale water that you purchase, will probably go up by 12% for the next couple of years, and then we're assuming it'll go up by 10% thereafter. That's been going up by double-digit rates or double-digit percentages for the last few years. And then insurance has been really increasing rapidly lately. But most of the other costs will go up, we're assuming will go up by 3% per year. This is just to, in case there's any questions about that assumption about wholesale water costs, you can see this is a history of how much Sonoma water rates have increased over time. So you can see that one year it was almost 25% rate increase back in 2010, and then it's been as low as 2% in 1 year. But it really jumps all over the place. But in the recent past, it's been around 10 to 12%. And then you can see how much Rohnert Park's water purchase costs have increased over the last 5 years. It's increased pretty dramatically. It's almost doubled. So the drivers for the rate increases, we are going to be proposing some pretty significant rate increases. So to explain why those rate increases are necessary, when we do the sort of forensics, if you will, of what's gone up, what the costs have gone up for the utility. When we did the study back in 2021 for the water utility, and we compared what we thought where the cost would be this year versus what we thought they would be this year back in 2021. Salaries are 22% higher than what we had forecasted back then. Vehicle replacement costs are up 82%, utility costs are up 41%, and professional services are up almost 150%. And in addition, capital spending, the capital spending from 2025 to 2030 had previously been projected to be 24 million, and now when we look at that same time period, we're expecting to spend 46 million. So that's a 92% increase over what had been anticipated in the last financial plan. There's a couple slides here that just sort of show how imminent the need for proactively addressing infrastructure, and I was going to ask Betsy to speak to a couple of these slides.
So as you can see, we have some aging infrastructure, and you can see the impressive slide of the water spewing out of a pipe with a break, and there's a picture of that break. And then here's another view at Commerce and State Farm of repairs that had to be made. Oops, sorry. And then here's another one for the well site fencing and controls. So you may recall that we did provide some tours to the council in small groups so that you had a firsthand opportunity to see some of these areas and some of the issues with the aging infrastructure, just so that you could get a more hands-on feel for what we're speaking to. So with that, I will turn it back over to Mark.
And those pictures of the rupturing pipes just remind me of a very well understood concept in the utility industry, which is that it's incredibly more expensive to repair breaks than it is to address them before they break. Proactive maintenance it's much more economic than waiting for things to break and then doing an emergency repair, because the contracts you get aren't nearly as competitive, and you're also just dealing with timeline that's much more difficult. So the proactive infrastructure replacement program that you see here, we have a 7-year capital project list that amounts to $46 million, is the embodiment of a capital program that's going to help avoid ruptures and avoid emergency repairs. And this is what that spending looks like on the bar chart. You can see this is a significant increase over what's happened over, say, the last 3 years, which has averaged $1.7 million per year. The average over the next 7 years will be $7 million. And then we're assuming that after that 7-year period, we'll settle down to a long-term average capital spending of about $4.3 million. So a significant increase over what has been delivered in recent past. So I'm going to show 3 different scenarios because there is a really large project. It's highlighted here, the $13 million well and tank project. It is eligible for a grant, but we don't know if we're going to get a grant yet. So in scenario 1, I'll show you what the rates would look like if we do get the 60% grant funding. Scenario 2 is if you don't get the grant and you try to cash fund the entire project. And scenario 3, which is our recommendation, is that we assume that you don't get the grant and that you debt fund about almost $10 million of the project. The reason that we're recommending scenario 3 is because we can't adopt rates that assume that you're going to get a grant that you haven't received yet. That would be foolish and a little too optimistic. And the fact of the matter is that if you do get the grant, then you can always dial the rates back. You can't increase the rates, but you can always dial them back. So if you approve higher rates and you get the grant, you can dial the rates back to scenario 1 at that time. So in scenario 1, again, assuming that you receive $8 million in grant funding, the rates are highlighted in yellow in the bottom left. Let's see if the pointer works. The pointer doesn't work. In yellow, so it would be 12%, 9%, 8%, 8%, 4%. So these are material increases, but again, that capital spending increase is driving these increases, and you can see some of the details. The graph at the top is comparing revenues versus expenses. So the background is the revenue and the foreground is expenses, and the line graph in the middle shows the reserves. So the reserves are being shown is the red line. You can see they dip down below the reserve targets through 2029, but then by 2032, they start to go back up to the reserve targets, and at the end of the 10-year period, we'll be up at the targeted reserve level. So even in this scenario, we would expect to be below your targeted reserve levels for a few years, despite these rate increases. Here's scenario 2. So this assumes cash funding the entire $13 million tank project. And you can see we need a big spike in rate increases up front, because if you want to cash finance it, you need the money right away. And so you'd have to do an 18% followed by 16%, 8%. And then at that point, you will have raised your rates up sharply enough that it'd be 3% thereafter until the very end it'd be a couple 4%. But anytime you try to cash finance a project on short notice, you're going to need a big spike in rates like this. So here's the third scenario. So this assumes debt financing. So you can see it's less of a spike, but it's more drawn out. It's 14%, 9%, 9%, 7, 6, and then it assumes 6 and then 4% thereafter. So this ultimately ends up being a bit more expensive. If you look at the bottom right corner, it's 98% over 10 years. It ends up being more expensive because you do have that debt expense. You're paying interest over the long term, and so, but you do avoid the short-term spike in rate increases, which is important, because I think that the 18, 16, 8 is a bit more than we like to put on the ratepayers on such short notice. So here are the proposed rates. I won't go through all these numbers, but it shows the existing rates in the gray, and then the percent increases for the 5 years following. The bill impact, so in year 1, this just puts it into dollars. So for a average single family home with a 1-inch meter, the bill impact for that 14% rate increase in year 1 would be about a $9 increase in their monthly bill. So it'd be $65 currently, and it would jump to $74. So it'd be an under $10 increase per month for that 14% rate increase. If you were to receive the grant, so again, these are the rates that you'd be, if you do end up getting the grant, you'll be able to dial your rates back to this level. And so we did want to show you these rates just in case that does come to fruition in the coming year. And you can see in this case, the average single family home would have about a $7, almost an $8 increase to their bill in year 1. So jumping back to that survey, this shows the current bill for Rohnert Park, bottom of the middle of the pack. I described it as earlier. And you really don't change very dramatically in year 1 with that 14% rate increase. You jump over City Cotati, but you're really pretty much in the same general relationship to the other communities around here, even with that 14% rate increase. On a separate topic, we are updating your water shortage surcharge policy. So a water shortage surcharge policy is a policy whereby if there is a sudden decrease in water usage because of a drought or something else, that has a pretty significant impact on the water utility because it loses a lot of revenue from selling a lot less water. And so what this policy does is that it increases the volumetric rate, the usage rate, in order to make the water utility whole. And you can see the percent increases here that would happen. So the policy is based on the different stages of your water shortage contingency plan. And if you got to a stage 3 drought where you were reducing water usage by about 25%, then your usage rates would increase by 5%. And then up to stage 6 would go, the usage rates would jump by 22%. So again, a lot of math goes into this, but it basically makes the water utility whole after experiencing a deficit in revenue from those drought events. An important thing to note, though, that if you this is a comparison of 2 different types of single-family homes. The top half shows a single-family home that meets the reduction goal. So if you ask your community to reduce their water usage, stay in stage 3 by 30%, and they do that, they will see a reduction in their bill, despite the surcharge. They'll still see a reduction in their bill. It's really just the folks who ignore the request to reduce their water usage during drought events that are going to see a pretty significant increase to their bill because of the surcharge. So, you know, a lot of folks say, well, I reduced my water and you're still charging me more. Your bill will go down if you reduce your water by the amount that the city's asking you to. So jumping to the schedule, this is we met with you back in July. We're making our recommendation today. If we get the council's blessing, we'll issue the 218 notice no later than September 26th. The objections from the AB 2257 will be due by November 12th, and then the public hearing will be held on December 2nd, and rates would be if passed, would be implemented January 1st. So the recommendation is for city staff or city council to accept the water rate study, to direct staff to mail the 218 notice, and to set the time for the public hearing, which we propose to be December 2nd. And again, next steps, if you do approve, staff will send out the 218 hearing notice in the next few days. Staff will receive and respond to written objections, which will be due on November 12th. And those responses will be developed prior to the public hearing. And then we'll hold the public hearing on December 2nd, at which time the council will tally the protests and vote if there isn't a majority protest.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I turn to my colleagues, is there anyone from the public wishing to comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment. And who would like to start us off?
I'll go ahead and start. Thank you very much for that report. This is a lot of information, and I have a couple of questions. First of all, I want to make a motion that we accept the water rate study, direct staff to send a notice of public hearing, and provide direction regarding the rate adjustment timelines and notices, which is to follow SACA recommendations. So
very well. Does that have a second? I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, let's resume this discussion. Sorry.
That's okay. Here are my questions. If you can go to slide number 21. Oh, you know what? Go one more, because my slides are numbered differently than yours. It's the one, no, the other way.
No, other way.
Keep going. There you go. So I'm not sure if I did the math right, but my question would be, this is if we get the grant, right?
Correct.
So your notices to the public would say, we're going to apply for a grant. We have sense that we might receive this grant. And if we don't, this is what the rates are going to be, but if we do, they're going to go down. Do we state that in what we?
We do not, no. We'll just assume that we get no grants because the 218 notice needs to be brief. You don't want to confuse folks by having different options and complexity to that. You can do what you wish. You can direct staff to do what you'd like them to do. But our recommendation is that we keep it simple, that we just show the recommendation, but that council rest assured that if, you know, when you talk to your constituents and to the folks in the city, let them know that, yeah, these are what we're facing because we don't know if we're going to get the grant. But if we do get the grant, we'll dial the rates back as much as we can.
Well, because I think what's really important is that they know that if we do get the grant, it's illegal for us to say we're still going to collect the excess funds because we can only collect what it costs to operate the water and sewer system.
That's right.
So I guess my question is, how do we communicate that out? And you're saying that the staff doesn't do that. We need to.
Well, the other wrinkle is that the 218 notice is a legal document, and if you put in the legal document that if we get this grant, we're going to dial the rates back to this level, then now you're in an interesting legal situation where you have to dial the rates back, and the grant might not be what you thought it was going to be, and there could be, it could get really complicated. So you definitely want to use the 218 notice as an outreach document to try to let folks know that you're doing what you can, but you also want to be careful about making any promises or making it too complicated.
Okay, so that was my first question.
Do you mind if I chime in here and piggyback? Is that a singular document? Does it have to go out as a singular document, or could there be an addendum to that document as well?
I mean, you could certainly send out the 218 notice as a standalone document, and with that include outreach materials that include other information.
Thank you.
But we are proposing to send this out in the next 3 days, so that would be, it might be tough to pull that off.
Okay.
Madam City Attorney, can you tell us what we are able to do in the purview of that as our legal counsel for this sitting council?
In terms of putting it into the Prop 218 notice, I absolutely agree with Mr. Hildebrand that we do not want to make that notice confusing. But there are other tools, and I was just, speaking to the city manager about it, and, a lot of cities will put out sort of community, not a press release, but, informational. If the questions start coming in, and they may, a lot of cities put together sort of a FAQ that will just answer these questions, and it does help explain what is happening, because there are going to be many more questions than just this, probably, with this type of a increase that the community will be facing. And FAQs are a very effective way. So they go out, they're on the website, they're easily accessible. That's one thought I had.
Yes, Mayor and council members, we can definitely prepare that information to indicate the difference, as you can see from what was presented, what the rates would be if we are successful in getting the grant. I think what this does, it shows you how important it is to get outside sources with the grant, and how important that is for the community. If we are able to get any kind of state or federal funding, it really does help, and that this emphasizes the importance of being able to access other money, because it does at the end of the day benefit the community, not only in terms of the water rates, but also us being able to address the deferred maintenance that we have on our facilities, which are in dire need. And what this does is really highlights the importance of that federal and state funding that in the past we've been able to access, and now it's been a challenge trying to access.
Okay, so do you have something to jump on, or because I've got some more questions? Okay, so the other one was slide 36. If you can go to slide, I think it's your slide 36. So this is no, it's the one where you say, here's what your rate is now compared to everybody else. Here's where you will be. My numbers are different.
This one?
Yeah, that's it. So that is without the grant.
Correct.
Okay, so where are we with the grant? Right, with Katati, underneath?
Let's see, so we can do the math really quickly. So
you can do the math.
it was I'm looking at the average use, because that's the survey that I did was the average single family home. So that's a $2, or that's a $9 increase in this scenario. And then with the grant, it's basically an $8, so it's a $1 difference.
Okay.
$1.30 maybe. So if we drop that 79 we'd still be in the same spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the other question is too, I know 40% of our water comes out of the ground here in Rohnert Park, and then we mix it with 60% out of the Russian River, which we have a contract for. There was a statement in the staff report, I made a copy of it, I think it's on the second page, and it says, hold on, let me just. Over the past couple of years, the city's purchased approximately 60% of its water from Sonoma Valley Water. City's wholesale water costs have recently increased more than 10% a year. More specifically, Sonoma water costs have increased significantly over the last 6 years. Costs have gone from $2 million 1920 to 3.8 for 25-26. An increase of 1.8 million or 90%. So that's our main water costs are coming. I just want to confirm from the increase in cost from Sonoma Water.
Yes, so this is the slide that shows you Rohnert Park's water purchase cost. So this is in dollars, and you can see that $2 million back in 1920, and we're up to almost $4 million in our budget for 25-26, and that was based on information that we received from Sonoma Water at the time we were developing our budget.
So my question is, in that last sentence, using our groundwater is less expensive than purchasing water, but that requires that we maintain our wells and pumps in order to use that resource. This is not a discussion point for tonight, but I think it bears, this is just going to keep going like this, right? I think at some point, and I thank staff for arranging a tour. We all went on a nice little tour and saw 1962 gear here and there, and that was kind of interesting. But to talk about in the long run how much it would cost for us to make our wells ready to pump more water out of the ground if we need to lower the cost of, in other words, this is how much it costs to buy water from the county of Sonoma. How much does it cost to fix our wells so we don't have to keep buying water from them? That would be my question for another time. I just want to kind of put that out there and put a pin in it. I did see this problem firsthand. I went to a gathering over on Filament one night with some friends, and there was literally water coming up out of the middle of the street. And I remember thinking, well, this isn't supposed to happen. Called the emergency line, and some people from Public Works came over and ripped it open. But what we saw there was what happened. The pipe just broke under the water and up it came. So I think this is absolutely, absolutely vital. My last question is, rather than start at 14%, if you go back to that slide where we start at 14%, then we go down to another amount, then we go down, and then we do 4% across the bottom, why don't we just charge 6% addition for the next however many 11 years instead of starting up there and then going down?
It's really the reserve levels would be at risk. So in the middle, I don't have my pointer, but in the middle graph, the line graph, you see that we're starting, that red line shows that we're starting below reserve levels already, and we are living below your targeted, your policy levels, the target reserve levels, all the way until 2029. So I typically am reluctant to approve or to recommend any rates where you're below your reserve targets for that long. So I'd be very reluctant to go any lower than this, just because you'd be putting your utility in jeopardy if you don't have enough reserves in place.
And the other thing that I might add, when we put together the fiscal year 25-26 budget, we projected the fund balances, and we are going to have to dip into our reserves in 25-26 to be able to perform the capital projects that are there. The water fund for many years has not been as healthy as the sewer fund, and the rates have been much lower. And so we have recognized that, and we need to get this fund healthy again so that we can make the repairs and have the monies to be able to purchase the water and run the operations and make sure that we have safe, clean drinking water for everybody.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, but this goes, past most of the others' time up here, but when COVID hit, we were about to kind of raise some of these water rates up, but we froze that because we didn't want to add that extra burden to people during COVID. Is that inaccurate? Is that kind of where we lost our forward momentum?
So we did go through that, and I know that for the sewer rates, we did do a holiday. I'm not 100% sure if we did for the water, but we are doing the water rate study early. Originally, we had planned that we had one more rate increase that would go into effect in January of 26, but because the fund is in such dire need of an influx of money, we decided to go ahead and do a water rate study in order to make sure that we would be able to operate. It was very close this year when we put our budget together, and we thought it was important to go ahead and get some cash coming into this fund so that we would be able to move forward with the 26-27 budget with sufficient funds.
Thank you. Just one more comment, and that is, it's always interesting to watch when we ask the residents to reduce their water use. They always do every single time, right? So that is never an issue here. But I thank you very much for your report. I think we're going in the right direction. Mm-hmm. It's never nice. I got a phone call from my parents who live next door to me first thing this morning. Did you read the paper? What's in the paper? You're raising the water rates tonight. I said, oh, I read that report, and why are you raising the water rates? So I had to explain it to my parents and how much their water was going to go up and why, and they said, well, you come home tonight and tell us what happened. So I'll be explaining it to my parents next door. It's just not a pleasant conversation to have with anybody, but we have to pay for what we use, so.
Mm-hmm. And if I may just add one more thing, you made an excellent point in that during one of the drought periods, we did not have the water shortage amounts in place, and so we were not able to increase, and so that put a tremendous drain on this fund because we didn't have those water shortage rates. And so we have had them in place the last couple of times, but it's really important to have that so that although it doesn't completely replace the amount of money that we might otherwise get, it does help keep the water fund afloat while we are going through the drought.
Thank you very much.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. My only concern with all these things is that I want to make sure that the constituent really understand what is going on, and that we are able to give them enough time for them to come and make the public comments and bring the concern so that we don't end up in a very unwanted situation. So one of the things that I wanted to make sure is that the time frame to let them know, I would like to have a simple message, but yet direct to them. So that way, because not everybody will understand, the professional way of explaining things, right? We might, but not everybody will be able to understand it. And I want to make sure that when you guys send out the papers, that it's clear, and also the Q&A to be put on the social media right after you guys send out those informational papers that you guys are gonna need. So that way when people have those papers, then they also can be redirected to the city social media website and get some of the question answered right away before that becomes something else. The second thing I wanted to mention is that I personally, along with some of our my colleagues, each of us went and saw how, I would say, dead all our infrastructure are right now. And if we can't explain to our constituent the dire need that we have right now, I know that they will understand also what we are trying to do right now, because if we don't repair those infrastructure, we're gonna suffer 10 years or even sooner. Because some of those infrastructure are older than my own parents, and some were built before even I was born. So I have a 21 years old child, so it's kind of like crazy to think about that. Yeah, but thank you for the presentation. It's really great. It's really hard to kind of talk about this kind of thing, but because it's so difficult seeing where our country is going right now with everything financial, we might not get that grant. We might not. And I'm being really, I'm being realistic here. So we might not. But I want to make sure that the constituent also understand the situation we are right now. I think that will be easier on us and on them as well. So I just wanted to make that my priority right now, because everybody is tense, everybody is worried, I want to make sure that despite the difficult time we're going to try to reduce a little bit that tension. So, thank you.
So if I may address one of your concerns. In the public notice, one of the things that we did is right up top, we have a way for our Spanish speakers to be able to contact us. We do have a Spanish translation that we can provide 2 people. The other thing is we wrote an introduction to the Prop 218 notice. That does not always happen, but we followed the format that the council had requested when we did the sewer rate study. And so I wrote an introduction, just kind of outlining some of the issues that we are talking about. And then from there, it goes into the actual legal public notice itself. So that should help. We do have the website in the upfront notice and then in the public notice. And then the other thing that we added was a QRC code. So you can just pick up your phone, scan it, and it'll take you right to the website so that, you know, you don't have to type it in. So we thought that would be helpful to people.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Please.
On that, if we have folks that are non-Spanish, non-English speaking, because we do have a diverse demographic in this city, how can they access the information?
So at the very top of the introduction, it says in Espanol, and the first thing it says is that if you want to get a Spanish translation, it gives you a phone number to call. We do have people working our utility billing counter who speak Spanish, and we will be able to direct them to the website, or we would be able to send them or provide them a copy.
So what about somebody who speaks Tagalog or Quiche or Mam or non-Spanish, non-English?
If we were to get that kind of a request, we do have the ability to do a translation into other languages. We can use DeepL, and you just basically take a picture of it, and it translates it immediately. For the Spanish translation, we actually have people who read that Spanish translation and are able to make sure that it's grammatically correct. It may be a little more difficult into another language, but we would make sure that we had an appropriate translation to be able to provide.
Okay. And I guess maybe a suggestion I would make to staff and city, or on behalf of city managers, maybe if we can outreach to some of our community members, like our local churches or other organizations that speak these other languages, so they might be able to translate or kind of present what that is, but just for the language justice and access point of it. But I think that this is an incredible start. I know it's hard when they're not the majority. It's hard to kind of say, well, we have somebody readily available, but having partnerships with a lot of the nonprofits seems to work in the community's favor. That was my main takeaway. I think this was great, and you actually touched on my question, or the question I had, Betsy, of how did we get here? And so, because it's a little frustrating to see, and it's daunting to know that this is a possibility for folks that are already tightening their belts, no matter what they do, and to say, and a little bit more, right? But my hope is that we get that grant and a bit more so that we can continue taking care of folks who are doing everything they can. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Oh.
May I suggest one thing? I will volunteer for the French part if you want me to come and help with the French translation.
Vice Mayor, thank you. Jackie?
And not the other 5 languages that you speak. Give yourself credit. Let's see here. A couple questions. First of all, I'm definitely in support of the recommendation for scenario 3 with high hopes for that grant. If we were to get this miracle grant, what is the timing for the announcement of that? Does anyone know when we would know one way or another? Is it this calendar year? Is it next year?
I would anticipate that we would probably within a year, maybe know. Again, this is part of that federal funding that is on hold. And so that's why you see this recommendation, because it would take some time for us to really know whether or not we will get funded.
It's a stretch.
It's a stretch.
I understand that. And then regarding our budget and some of our anticipated operating expenses, how much wiggle room are we factoring in for the deterioration of things? And like failures, basically, that are already happening and maybe happening. Because that would definitely impact how much we spend, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's kind of hypothetical, but we've had some recently, and I know it's more expensive when you're reacting to something that broke versus planning for it. Is that what that buffer is?
Yeah, so you're speaking about unbudgeted, like...
Pipes break.
So, I mean, you talk to Mark Henderson and the engineering group, and they're constantly dealing with unexpected, everything, right? So to some degree, the reserves will help buffer that. Obviously, in this scenario, you'll have limited reserves. So I think what would ultimately would happen is that it would displace budgeted projects. Like if there was really a big failure that had to be addressed immediately, it would just simply, you'd have to just defer something that had otherwise been scheduled.
Something else on the 7-year list. Yeah, I know it's hard because everything is highly important when it comes to water delivery. And then just a question related to drought notifications. We were kind of saying that, if we got into that situation and residents needed to, or we needed to basically change what we charge to residents, what's that notification process like? I don't really remember in our last drought. It's been a few years. Is that a letter that goes out, or are we basing it on?
As I recall, what happens is the state tells us what we have to do. And when that happens, we put notification out to let people know what needs to be done, what their participation is. We would put it out on social media. But I also do recall that we put out some sort of information, and we would continue to communicate with them as we went through the voluntary and then the mandatory and that kind of thing, because you have to let people know in order for them to be able to comply with everything.
Yeah, so maybe it's something that's included in their water bill in addition to all the other channels of notification that we have. Okay, great. And I think that was it for my questions. I thought this was really well presented. I appreciate having multiple scenarios. I know you really thought this out well, and that you don't take increases like this lightly, and neither do we.
Okay, and since you brought it up, the discussion about the capital reserve policy, so that is not a current policy, and that is something that if the council gives us a nod, that I would develop and I would bring back to council for them to approve and adopt, and then we would make it a formal policy, just like we have the 50% policy for the O&M.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to Mark Henderson for that excellent tour. It was eye-opening, to say the least. Just a quick question before I go on a partial soapbox here. The grant that we're looking for is not Prop 4?
It's a FEMA grant.
It's a FEMA grant, okay.
So I'm not sure if it's Prop 4 or not,
right.
But it is a FEMA grant, and in partnership also with Cal OES.
Right.
And so we are waiting to adopt our local hazard mitigation plan, and they cannot move forward with that until we have that in place. And so we are working on getting that done. And then once we have that, then we'll be able to move forward. The monies have been committed for us at this point in time, but we have to get all of our ducks lined up, and then they won't be able to give us a formal notification until we work with them and give them everything they require, and then they will be able to hopefully approve the grant.
Right, thank you. And of course, we remember what happened to the last FEMA grant that we had get taken away from us, the BRIC grant.
Yes.
Prop 4 is all California state money. It was a proposition to provide clean drinking water. I suggested it to Mr. Henderson, and I suggested to you as well. Perhaps we can look into that. California funds that come from propositions are infinitely more stable than depending on how the president feels the morning when he wakes up. Having said that, I would even go further than Councilmember Rodriguez. It's frustrating, but it's also ironic. And I know you've been doing this for a long time, Mark. Would you say that Rohnert Park is unique in its water situation? Do you know many other jurisdictions that actually produce 40% of their own drinking water and have the ability, if we have operable wells that are running, to produce even more?
I mean, yeah, every water utility is unique in their water water resources, and it's why it's so hard to compare different water utilities. That's why it's so hard to compare different water utilities to one another, because they all have very unique situations. So it's certainly when utilities have access to groundwater and it's cheaper, they certainly try to maximize that, but they don't always have the ability to. There's groundwater sustainability plans that have to be adhered to, and there's always different limitations on what you can do with your cheapest source of water.
Right. I said I won't go down my soapbox. I'll leave that for December the 2nd. I will leave that for December the 2nd, but it seems ironic that Rohnert Park has the ability to produce 40% or more of its own water, and we do, and it's clean and it's local and it's dependable, but yet when it's time to build out our infrastructure or pay for repairs, all of the money does not go to Rohnert Park. It goes somewhere else. There's no obligation in the joint powers agreement that we have with Sonoma County Water Agency and the other jurisdictions that some of that would come back into Rohnert Park, although we are providing an enormous amount of water to Sonoma County in general, right? So, but I'll save that for later. But
I'm sorry, I just can't resist. I think next time when you're in one of those discussions, you need to say, look, we're only taking 60% of our water. Let's compare it to what everybody else is, and we'll pay for that amount for repair and everything. Give the rest back to us.
You're preaching to the choir.
Return to source, for crying out loud. I just want to point out for the record, there are now 2 votes for this, so.
Yeah. And I think it's important that the residents of Rohnert Park understand that we are in a unique water position than any of the other jurisdictions in Sonoma County, yet it appears that we are being penalized in some way by this kind of thing. But I appreciate that. We'll save that discussion for the 2nd. If any one of my other colleagues want to chime in, you're more than welcome to. Seeing that, we have a motion and a second. So do we need to do a roll call vote on this? We did public comment, I asked. Yeah, I did that first. Okay, so we'll do a vote of affirmation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much for the presentation. And we will bring the public safety chief to the front. Where is he? There he is. And we'll receive the annual staffing and recruitment report for fiscal year 24-25 for public safety. And when you're ready, please begin your report, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Today I come before you to talk about our and fiscal year staffing for 24-25. Kind of start off with some of the just some of the challenges we see in our staffing right now, or recruitment. One of them is Sonoma County has many municipalities in it. I was in a Region 3 meeting just last week, and Region 3 consists of Mendocino County, Lake County, Sonoma County, Marin County, and Napa County. And we are certainly the highest in the region in municipalities. So we have the most police departments in the count in that region. For that reason, we have a lot of competition for the same individuals. We're all fighting for the same individuals. And, one of the things we find is there are agencies out there who, we have a signing bonus, and some have larger signing bonus, and some, the contract, the way they rotate, we don't all negotiate the same time. So you can be in the middle of a contract and an agency next door gets a new big contract, and then you're dealing with the loss of employees. So the recruitment is continuous, and that's just one of the challenges that we find. For us, we also find that because our staffing just seems to linger right at base staffing, it's hard to offer a lot of specialty assignments. So trying to recruit individuals into our agency when they don't have the large motor officers, the SWAT teams, and so that we also find is difficult. We try to do things like we just sent the 2 motors to school. We're trying to work with Santa Rosa to maybe see if we can get some people to work on their SWAT team with them. So we're trying to offer things in a different way. But that's also a challenge, because one of the first things they ask is, well, do you have a SWAT team? Do you have motors? Do you have dogs? And so that's what people want to do. They want those specialty assignments. And as I said, we're always fighting for the same candidates. It's a little difficult to pull people into Sonoma County, just the cost of living in Sonoma County. And so trying to go to some of these rural areas outside and bring them to, that's difficult. So all of our agencies, you know, the county, Santa Rosa, Petaluma, we're all divvying up for the same people. And then just the process of getting through a hiring with this public safety agency is long and arduous. You know, you start with the interview process or the application interview, and if you get past that, then you go to a poly. If you get past that, then you go through an extensive background. If you get past that, then you got to sit and visit with me for an hour. It's the easiest part, I think. And then should you get past that, then you've got a full medical, full psych. So just getting through that process to even get your foot in the academy door is long. So that's another thing. Just some people don't, it's hard to wait that long through process, and we lose people through those steps. I always say it's like a funnel. We pour 100 people in the top of that funnel, and every funnel gets thinner, and you're hoping to get 1 or 2 out of the bottom who got it through all that stuff. So that's another challenge. And of course, you know, during COVID, when people got to start working from home, it's sometimes hard to convince them that actually getting up and going to work every day is something really cool, right? And if you're a police officer or firefighter like we have, you can't remote into the job. You got to show up every day. So just getting some people who might not know what they want to do and maybe convince them that law enforcement's a really good job, convincing them that the remote thing's not all that great is difficult. Yeah, so really just quickly going over the hiring process, you know, it takes me, once I get you that interview process, it's a 4 to 6 month process to get you from the time you interviewed to the time you're going to start the academy. And then I'm going to send you through a 5-month police academy. And then if you're successful there, then you're going to go through a 3-week intense in-house orientation program. And then I'm going to put you in a 4-month field training program where you're going to ride through 3 phases and then a shadow phase with different trainees. So, you know, just to get you to that point, you're looking at almost 14 months from the time you applied. And then if you're successful and I give you your own set of keys and put you in the schedule, then you go on a separate list, and that's the Fire Academy list. And so at some point in the next 6 months to a year, I'm going to pull you out of patrol and I'm going to send you to a Fire Academy. If you go to the week or the intense Fire Academy, it's 4 months. If you go to the extended, it's 6 months. So, and then when you get done with that, of course, then you're going to go through another 3-week orientation. So we're looking at almost 20 months to get you from the time you do your first interview to the time you're a full public safety officer. So that is just it's a process. And so finding people who can get through that process is not always easy. Just a little bit, those are a little small, but the one in the back's good. We wanted to see what it's costing for, to send somebody through all that process. And to get them off of FTO, right? They start the process with the interview. Once we start the costing, which is at the polygraph, to get them through the academy and through their FTO program, it costs about $115,500 for the year. And as you can see, some of that cost is the trainer, their time. But you know, that's why it's so important that, you know, we get good candidates in, because we're investing. It's a big investment. And when we get them through that, we don't want to lose them. I don't want to lose them to injury. I don't want to lose them to other agencies. I don't want to lose them for any other reasons, because we've got now almost 1.5 years and $115,000 invested in them. So, but we did want to show that, because I think that's an important slide, and I think that's something that you had asked for the last time. So during the 24-25 fiscal year, we lost 6 public safety officers, 4 full-time dispatchers, 1 part-time dispatcher, one community engagement coordinator, and 2 records clerk who left the department. These are for different reasons, but that was what we lost last year. And during last year, we hired 14 public safety officers, 1 dispatcher, and 1 part-time dispatcher. And I'm going to go ahead and answer the question that's going to come up right now, because you're all thinking, the math is not wrong. The problem is so you can see the losses in 24-25. The problem was some of those people in 24-25 were in the process in 23-24. Their actual hire date was in 24-25. So the math doesn't look right, but we were filling positions from the previous year, and their hire dates just happened to fall after July 1 of 24. I hope I've answered that question. It was going through all your minds right there, because I had to go clear it up myself. Currently, we have 2 public safety officers who are attending the Santa Rosa Police Academy. As you know, we just had the 4 who graduated and are in field training program. And we have 3 additional who are going to go to the January Academy. So currently, with these numbers and the budgeted positions we currently have, we are fully staffed on paper. So we are at our full staffing on paper. And we actually have one additional individual who is through background and is just now waiting on a list for a position. So, I think we're in good position. And when I say it's hard to recruit, it takes getting out there and selling an department. But what I've noticed recently is we're not getting the quantity of applicants we used to, but I think the quality has increased in our applicants. We're not losing as many in the process, because when I used to be hiring the sergeant in an agency and my job was hiring, I would get 100 to 120 applicants every time we would open it up, but I would only get 2 or 3 through the process. And now I'm getting 15 to 20 applicants, and we're being much more successful in the candidates we're able to move forward. So I think the quality of applicants is increasing, but the numbers are down. But I'm very happy with where we are. We hire, we introduce them to you. We hire great people, and they go out and they do a fantastic job. And your favorite part of the presentation is right here.
But before we hear from the council, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this item? Okay, I'll turn to my colleagues who'd like to start us off.
I'm up.
We knew.
I don't know. Sometimes Councilmember Adams, she's going. Yeah, she's on a roll today. So one thing that comes up as you're talking about the cost of 115,000+ for one recruit. To get it through. And we're talking about vying. I'm curious, when you're having these conversations regionally or just within the county and other chiefs, if in some alternate universe I decided I want to be an officer, I say, okay, here's my chance. Like any other job seeker, I'm applying here, and I'm applying here. Are each of you paying roughly that amount?
Great question. So it is absolutely common to have someone in 2 or 3 different processes with different agencies. One of the things we do is before we move you forward into a conditional, you have got to back out of the other processes. We are not going to move you forward any further. One, because it's not going to be a competitive game. But you have to allow individuals who are trying to get in this the opportunity to get their foot in the door. And for instance, I have this young man who is through background, and I don't have a position for him. And let's say that there was another position that he passed up right, it wouldn't be fair. So we do have a cutoff. It's a conditional job offer. That's before they do psych and medical. And that's, if you look at the real cost of the $115,000, a lot of that's their own salary while they're going through, and the cost of a trainer. So when you back that out, but that's where we draw the line.
Yeah, so please don't judge me on my math right now. It's been quite the week. So that maybe reduces us quite a bit if you stop it at the psych medical, right? So if they don't get into post,
right,
that's not three.
We've paid for a poly, a live scan, and the background investigator at that time.
Okay.
And then we require them to pull out of any other process before we move forward.
Okay.
And it happens to me too. You know, I have two incredible individuals, Lieutenant Snodgrass and Sergeant Frazier, who just, they are just pushing and racing. And then Jamie's team, right, making sure they're getting everything done ahead of time so we can, it is almost a race sometimes. And, you know, sometimes we lose. We usually win, but sometimes we lose. And so we had to eat, you know, $2,000-3,000. But yeah, it's just part of doing business.
Has there ever been discussion with Region 3 or just within Sonoma County police chiefs of like a bucket of potential employees? So almost I guess it would be like a joint agreement that if everyone's kind of putting in this percentage, right, they all have to go through these steps anyways, and then you can kind of filter through who might be a best match. I'm just trying to think at city level and regional level, what makes it more cost effective for taxpayers? Because they're paying, it might only be 1,000 if, you know, they decide someone else, but it's 1,000 here, 1,000 SO, 1,000 City of Petaluma. Has that ever come up on how to make this in some way a more,
Do you know when you guys
collective, or I don't know what you would call it.
When the five of you sit up here and you got a great idea, but just no one knows how to make it happen type thing. We have had discussions at regional level, at the county chiefs level, at the Cal chiefs level about why can't we design almost a repository where if an applicant wants to come into law enforcement, an agency puts them in background, or we figure out a way to get them in background, and then they go in and they sit in this repository. And any agency, whether it's regional or countywide, can actually go in and look at the candidates that are in there and say, okay, I like that. That's a good background, right? And you're sharing. One, post won't allow you to do that because I can't even share a background with another agency. They can review my background, but they're still required to do their own full background. So that's one of the,
it's the same with schools too. If I work at Cotati Rohnert Park School District and then get a job at Santa Rosa, they have to redo my fingerprints and everything else. Yeah.
There's no sharing. And it's just, yeah, we just constantly are pulling from the same pool. But, you know, we also do work together, though. We recently lost one of our recruits, trainees, and I reached out to another agency in Sonoma County and said, I've got this great candidate, just not absorbing the information at the, you know, try and drink from a fire hose over here. I think this person would be very successful at your agency, a little smaller agency, slower pace, right? So we do that. Petaluma has reached out to me and said, hey, I've got this great candidate. I don't have a position for him, right? So we do try to share as much stealing as we do. We also try to share, right? Because we are fighting for the same people. But yeah, great idea, but we just haven't been able to figure out a way to get it done.
Okay, well, maybe when my schedule opens up, I'll try and find that for you. How many of our recruits are not passing? Do we have a number in the past couple of years have not made it past, or like, you know, kind of in that FTO spot that we've spent this money already? Do we have a number of how many, like what?
Right off the top of my head, I know that in the last 3 years, we have lost 3 out of FTO who did not make the FTO program.
Okay.
But we've also probably hired in the last 3 years 30, 35.
Okay.
So
low percentage, it sounds like. And then in terms of recruitment, I again do not see us reaching out to Noble or to the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander groups. And I'll keep saying it until I see us reflecting what our city looks like. It's not to diminish the work that's being done by the recruitment team, but I keep asking and I keep not seeing it. So I'm not sure what's happening on that end for us. And I don't see this only with the public safety department, it's with all of our departments as a whole, as shared in the past. And so I'd kind of like to see us, how are we getting there? One example, I don't know that we would table there specifically, but we had our Pacific Islander Festival. I saw 2 officers, right? That's just a moment to engage with community. That's a moment where you're saying someone might not know what they want to do. You're striking up conversation and kind of just piquing interest in that sense. So I'm just curious on, I'm hoping I'm not asking this again next year, I guess is what I'll say. Have we also considered in recruitments going to other places with folks who might be looking at a second career, right? Maybe they've done their 10, 15 years in, was the topic earlier, housing case management, right? So they've dealt with a lot of the community members in a different way that might be able to have those skill sets translate over. Are we looking outside of the JC Post Academy? Are we looking outside of already law enforcement focused and trying to see how we can be a little bit more with the work the department's been doing, community based and community forward?
Well, first of all, as I said, currently I have, on paper, I'm fully staffed, and I have 1 individual sitting waiting without a position. So we're not actively recruiting anybody right now because I don't have any positions for them. And I don't think that would be fair to go out and tell someone to come work for me if I don't have a place to put them. Prior to that, we were going everywhere. We were going to military bases. We were going to colleges. At one point, I was sending a team of people throughout the state to try to recruit. We were looking for people within the industry, outside the industry. We were looking for people from diverse backgrounds. And what we find is this is somewhat of a calling, and people who are interested will find you. Occasionally, you will find that person and convince them. But in order to do that, that does require a team, a group of people who's dedicated to recruitment to go out and do that. Difficult to put that team together right now when I don't have positions to do. And it's really hard, as I've said in the past, I can't pull somebody in here that doesn't want to be in law enforcement. Hopefully we're seeing a trend. Hopefully law enforcement's coming back from the black eye we got a few years ago. But there was a lot of people who got a bad taste for law enforcement at that time. Very difficult to pull them in. I myself have had conversations with countless individuals of different diverse backgrounds, trying to convince them of what a great job this is. I have yet to get any traction on that. Some because they've got better jobs, they've got what they like now, they work from home 3 days a week, or they're just not interested. But, you know, should we have a mass exodus or we've got to kick up that recruiting machine again? I'm not sure how easy that's going to be just with staffing itself in the department, right? Putting a team together and sitting around to recruit when, right now we're mandoing, 15 shifts a week for overtime. So there's a lot that goes into reach out and outreach and bringing people in. I always encourage our officers also, and I think in the report, I can't remember if the number is 6 or 9, but people that were recruited by our own officers, they went out and found them in gyms at church and got them interested and got them recruiting. So there is recruiting going on, but right now it's kind of tough because I'm on hold. I don't have any positions for anybody.
Yeah, well, it's hard, as we saw even with the water rate study, to continue to ask citizens to pay and pay and pay. And we'd all like money, and a lot's being withheld at higher levels. Madam City Manager, I don't know if possible, does the recruitment, I'm trying to also understand, does the recruitment only have to stay within Public Safety Department, or is this something that HR could help with? I mean, if he's at his staffing levels, do we have any that could maybe go table? No, that work with the department or represent them on the department's behalf?
So what we have is, and perhaps our Director of Human Resources can come up, I know that they also with our HR department, they go out, and I think, it's not just vacancies or lack of interest for public safety, but what we're seeing right now, and I'm sure our Director of Human Resources, Ms. Cannon, can indicate this and share this, there is a void just in government work in general. You're seeing that, people are retiring or they're leaving the profession for different reasons. There's just the pressures of the job, and not just for law enforcement, but I think in general. We've had issues recruiting, and you've heard this from our employees at Public Works, engineers, city management in general is seeing some challenges, but I'll allow Ms. Cannon to be able to share where some of the areas too that they go out. I mean, I know we participate in job fairs at Sonoma State University and other agencies, obviously depending on the vacancies that we have. So I'll allow Ms. Cannon to be able to provide that information.
I will say, I do want to make point. I absolutely agree with both of you and Chief Mattos. For myself, you would not convince me to be an officer. I respect it. I probably would let everybody go, because then they'd tell me a sob story and I'd be like, oh my God, it's fine, just go. I would not be a great officer. So I agree with that of you can't really force people into it. I'm just wondering, are we catching people that don't really know what they want and don't know enough, especially given the repeated black eyes other agencies have given to the field, essentially, of what it entails?
City Manager Piedra said it really quickly. We go attend job fairs at Sonoma County, and then when we recruit for positions, depending upon the specialty, we send it out to specific publications, different resources, LoCN as an example. All of our recruitments we try to push out as far as possible, plus because we're involved in government jobs, it hits a plethora of diverse publications and sources that helps us get our word out. In-person recruitment is the absolute best thing we can do. There aren't a huge amount of areas in Sonoma County where we can facilitate that, other than the best one is Sonoma State University. But as Chief mentioned, he's finding people in the gym, and he's talking to folks all over to get them in. In government in the last 5+ years, it's really been, I mean, they have cheeky phrases, but the silver tsunami of this huge retirement wave. And then you have lack of succession planning and folks who have not been in the field long enough. Even now, if you look at recruitments for our cities, there must be 30 public works directors open, 30 city managers. It's kind of crazy right now, and this is the current theme.
Do we have a pathway, thank you for that, for, let's say somebody says, well, I want to be a dispatcher, I don't really want to be out there, and they're in there, they would still have to go through post, correct, if they wanted to become an officer? Are there any, I guess, I don't want to say workarounds, because I think that the parameters are there for a reason. But is there a way to, if folks are in it in a different way, or a records clerk, and they kind of go, oh, actually, I think I like that schedule versus my Monday through Friday, 9 to 5.
Right.
To get in there.
Yeah, so we've had, one of the main ways we do that is through our CSO program. We bring someone in who kind of wants to get into the business, but really doesn't want to be an officer right now. And I've got 3 officers right now who started out as CSOs. It's a great, way into the department. We've had, I can't think of a dispatcher who's wanted to. But yeah, there's different ways. We've had record clerks who've wanted to. I had a record clerk who's now a CSO. So there's different movements within there. But they are very distinct, and so CSO is closer to an officer. Dispatch is kind of their own thing. But one thing I'll say about our agency is we are very open to try different things, right? If someone comes in and says, hey, I'd like to dispatch because I want to learn, but I really want to be an officer, it's like, all right, let's get you going. So we're not going to push anybody out the door. As you know, I was working, and I still am connected with MSI out at the college, right? And I'm always talking to them about, hey, I got a job for you when you're ready, right? But they're in accounting or in this, and they just can't see themselves there, right? I consider them my good friends, but pulling them in is difficult. So I've learned that I've got to kind of let them get the information out there, and if they're interested, they've always got a place to fall. Everyone has my cell phone number. I was out at the Asian Pacific Islander event. I was also out at the cultural event at the city that day. I spent at least 10 hours at the car show talking to everybody there. So always out selling the agency, yeah, right? And like you said, I would love for the police department, public safety department to match the look of the city. I think that's important. But they got to want to do the job.
Yeah.
Too.
I think this is my last question for now. Who knows? You talked earlier about like specialty units or SWAT. Have we discussed also, are we able to share that with like City of Cotati, Sonoma State, where there's again like a JPA or something where we are still giving that opportunity? I know you and I have discussed this before. If I was an officer, people are looking at their career projection, right? I have to stack up my resume if I want to be a chief in 10, 15 years, but if I can't get specialties, I'm not really in competition with someone else putting in for chief that has been. So again, is that a little bit of an out of the box thinking? Is that?
Well, you must not have saw my resume because there's nothing on it. So. No, that's not. And that's, as I said, in different agencies I've been through, and in this agency, one of the things I found is if you're unable to offer it, there is someone who is offering it. And so, for instance, I've got a young man in our agency who would love to be a crisis negotiator, a hostage crisis negotiator. I don't have a crisis hostage team. Santa Rosa does. So I'm in talks with Santa Rosa. He's done a little training with Santa Rosa to say, hey, let me put him on your team, right? He doesn't have to be lead, but let him learn how to do it, right? So if there's a call out, I'll send him to the training. He can be part of your team. We've also done that with SWAT teams. At one agency, I didn't have enough people to have a SWAT team, but I had 4 or 5 people who wanted to be. They joined the county SWAT team. That's what we're talking about right now with some of our surrounding agencies. Hey, how can I get some of my guys on your team to have a little different flavor, right? We are able to offer the 2 motors right now, right? So we have 2 motors that work 6 in the morning until 4, 7 days a week. Well, they each work 4, but still, since we've started that program, we've probably had to pull them back into patrol 4 or 5 times, right? You can be on the motor today, but you're a patrol motor. You got to answer calls for service, right? So that level of staffing prevents it. And we'd love to get that cops team going again, right? And the problem is I don't throw it out there right now because it's not. You can't throw it out there and then it not happen, right? And so we're trying to be creative in our specialty assignments, figuring out ways to do it without giving false hope too. And there's nothing worse than just hitting the level where I can get that cops team, putting it out there, and 2 months later, I have 3 injuries, now I got to pull the cops team back in. That's just a yo-yo, and it's not healthy for them. So
okay,
we are trying. We do try to think outside the box of that.
Okay, this one is, a question came up, and I'm not going to look at the city manager because she'll stare me down. If money were not an issue, What is the department's magic number?
So you're trying to get me in trouble with the city manager. That's what you're doing.
Yes.
Just write it on a piece of paper and we'll pass it down.
If money fell to us or a grant, or what is that magic number?
You know, to be selfish, I'd say like 100, but that's, you know, we've had the discussion a couple times where one of the things that's like hurting is that when we opened the new fire station 3, the 6 bodies that were supposed to come with fire station 3 didn't come. So 6 bodies came out of my allotment, my actual number, right? So we should have added 6 bodies to staff station 3. And so that, I think, is where we're always on the edge, right? Because that is a traffic unit and a cops team, those 6 bodies. But because I don't have them, and the city's in no position to do that right now, right? I understand that. I'm trying to I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? Those 2 motors put me at the minimum number of patrol officers I need. So if one goes out or one gets sick, we're backfilling with overtime. Because having traffic out there is important. That's important in keeping this community safe, right? So those motors are important. And so I will work at the bare minimum number of patrol officers I have to fill those slots to have those 2. But just to answer your question, that is kind of, and that happened years ago. That didn't happen, we opened that station, 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago? So, right, that's something that took place in the past, but that is that thing that keeps me right at the razor edge in staffing.
Can you remind me what your number is now?
74 sworn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plus 6.
I heard a voice crying in the winds there. What was that? 78. Okay.
Well, we got the measure
Measure
H.
H just started,
Yeah, they
but-
don't help me in patrol though.
No, that's fire specific.
Fire specific, yes.
Okay. Okay, now that's it. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to chime in?
Thank you. I would first like to say I appreciate your analogy of a funnel, but it sounds like more like a meat grinder to me. So that said, I would just like to take a minute to thank Lieutenant Snodgrass and Sergeant Frazier and Lisa Weirs from Jamie's team. I know they're doing massive yeoman's work just treading water and trying to stay level. So big shout out, and I speak on behalf of our whole team when I say that. That's number 1. Number 2, how many dispatchers are we supposed to have?
We have 2 supervisors and 10 dispatchers.
And how many do you have today? So 12, right?
12 total, yes. I have a couple out on leave, and I have a couple looking at their leaving at the end of this year. So I believe in February we'll be at 2 and 5.
Okay.
Well, but now let me say, I'll be at 2 and 5. We have a part-time. We are hiring to fill those other positions. But again, the problem is they don't count in the schedule because they've got about a 6-month training program. So.
Thank you. So then my other thing I wanted to say was, I'm really sad that, somebody who wants to work here is worried that we don't have a SWAT team or a hostage negotiator. At the same time, I'm kind of thankful that we don't have a SWAT team and a hostage negotiator. So that's a double-edged sword, and I can't tell you how happy I am that other agencies are working with you to say, hey, let your guy come over, and if one of them wants to ride around on our fire truck, I think we should let them do that. The last thing I wanted to say was, where in the process do you find people, in this one up here, where do the people fall out more than any other place? They're running along and all of a sudden, oh my gosh, I didn't pass the polygraph. Is that it? Oh golly, I didn't know I had a health problem. Where are they falling out?
No, Poly is a big place. Poly is, we lose a significant number of Poly because when we do the interview, we ask the questions and we kind of have to take what they're saying, right? You're coming here being truthful. And we find out that when you put them through a poly, and let me just say that failing the poly isn't always because someone didn't tell the truth during the poly. Oftentimes, failing the poly is based on what they had to say in order to pass the poly. So, you know, we just find there's a difference in the interview and the poly. So we lose a significant number in the poly. And then we lose, the next would be probably the actual background.
Okay.
Because, you know, you can go in and be truthful with the poly, you can be truthful in the interview, and then you start talking to people they work with, live next door to, right, went to college with, and find out that they're truthful, but they might not be someone you want to hand a badge and a gun, so you lose them. So that's that. And then, you know, the academy, we've had very good success because we prepare our people really well. We give them a mentor to help get through the academy. And then the next one would probably be field training, and then probation would be the next.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all the work you're doing.
Council member or vice mayor? Please, you go right ahead.
Well, Chief, I don't have any question, but thank you for the report. Councilmember Rodriguez already went through all the questions that I had, and Councilmember Adams just added
Trying to be
to it.
Michelle's favorite tonight.
No, I don't have any question. But thank you, Chief, for the report.
Thank you, council member. Vice mayor, questions or comments?
I do not have any questions. I appreciate this level of detail, and it is, it sheds a nice light on all of the work that goes into the process. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So I think one of the cornerstones of community-based policing is that, in fact, community engagement person. And we saw a lot of success with JP doing that. Is that a frozen position, or are you actively recruiting for that position?
That position is currently frozen.
Thank you. Okay, that's all the question.
I have a question with that, but we do have somebody that does community engagement communications, don't we, in the city? What is? Yes, but if the department's part of our city, that's my question is, could they assist in that in the meantime?
Yes, so we have our management analyst in the city manager's office that, as you know, certain messaging comes out from public safety that she provides assistance to. So yes, we are providing support, obviously not only to public safety, but other departments as well with messaging. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
When you go back there, would you tell me if anybody is left in the hallway, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And we'll go on to the next agenda item. Consider designating a voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference Expo, October 8th to 10th in Long Beach, California, authorizing the voting delegates to vote on late resolutions or alternate recommendations made at the October 10th General Assembly, and directing staff to complete the voting delegate form and file it with the California League of Cities. I believe this will be you.
That will be me. Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor Giudice is going to be attending the League of California Cities Annual Conference in Expo on October 8th to the 10th. And he's going to be attending the League's annual business meeting on October 10th. This is when all the cities get together in California to vote on statewide policy resolutions. Each city has one vote, but only if a delegate is designated and present at the meeting. Participating in the process ensures Rohnert Park has a voice in statewide city policy decisions.
Sure, not to interrupt, but can we call it to order? Some of the council members are having a difficult time hearing. And Chief, make sure that door's closed, please. Thank you, that's what's going on. Please resume.
Thank you, Mayor. So staff is recommending council designates Mayor Giudice as the primary voting delegate. And although no resolutions were filed by the deadline, cities can still introduce late resolutions at the meeting. So staff is recommending that the council authorizes Mayor Giudice to vote on those as well, and direct staff to complete and submit the form to the League of California Cities by the deadline.
Okay, thank you. Before we return to my colleagues, does anyone from the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll turn to my counsel for a motion and or discussion.
I'll just make a motion that we make Mayor Giudice our spokesman at this meeting. You can make them all in one motion. I make all of Mayor Giudice the spokesman at this meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you. That motion has a first and it has a second. We'll do a vote of affirmation. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the vote carries 5-0 with no opposition.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead and turn to our, let me scroll here, committee liaison appointment reports. First one is Councilmember Rodriguez, Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors meeting was brief for me. I had to be at work, but it was great kind of seeing some of the new board members on there and getting to talk to them about updates that we've got going on here on the city side. They do have their Women in Business luncheon tomorrow. They had a successful chili and ribs and biz event this past weekend, so had a lot of community members tabling. I'm sorry, I am unable to even hear myself speak right now, so I will wait.
Can we please stop the chatter? Council members can't even hear themselves speak. Be respectful. Thank you. Please resume.
Thank you. So they had a successful chili, ribs, and biz event this past weekend, and they have an upcoming Grow Your Business. So it's for business owners or potential business owners under the age of 45. They have a group that gets together. Their next one's October 2nd. You can find most of their information on the Chamber website.
Thank you, council member. Sorry about that. And before I turn to the vice mayor, I believe there was an ABAG meeting that was not listed on the agenda.
There was. Thank you very much. So the big news out of the ABAG meeting was a report about BayREN, which is the Bay Area Regional Energy Network. It's a coalition of the Bay Area 9 counties and their local governments that provides resources, assistance in the different counties for residents, businesses, local governments to save energy, water, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And just over the last little while, 4 years, well, actually 10 years, the achievements to date from 2013 to 2024, 166 plus million tons of carbon avoided, $88 million of incentives paid, 13,500 attendees to over 600 technical trainings, and 76,000 housing units and businesses upgraded for their energy needs. So this BayREN is a great program. The other thing I wanted to just remind everybody of is there's something called the Bay Trail, and it starts at one end of the bay and goes all the way around. You can hike or bike or whatever all the way around the bay. It's unbelievable. Even if you just want to take a part of it and start kind of hitting that, it's a wonderful thing that your tax dollars are paying for. So something I'd encourage you to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, zero waste.
Well, thankfully, at our last city council meeting, we had a really thorough update from Leslie Lucas, who's the executive director of Zero Waste Sonoma. But since then, we did have a meeting, and it was a really exciting one because the staff presented to the board the full design for the new household hazardous waste facility that is being built in Windsor off Pruitt. And so there's a couple scenarios, as she mentioned in her presentation, the county building where they currently operate their administrative business is going to be demolished in a few years. And so it's certain that they need a new headquarters. And so that was proposed as part of the build at this new facility to have the headquarters on site. Of course, it's very expensive, something like $1,200 dollars a square foot versus existing buildings, which are in like the $240, $250 a square foot. So both those scenarios were presented. You know, option one, they build this beautiful household hazardous waste facility and the offices are there too. Option two, they go buy an office building. There's a lot of them right now. And then option three is they go lease something and just have the household hazardous waste site be its only thing. So went through all those scenarios, gave the staff some direction to go out and shop around some more for commercial buildings in case that ends up being the best way to go, but also gave them some wiggle room if they come back and realize that the actual end cost of building is going to be comparable to doing upgrades and retrofitting something to make it habitable. So that's the excitement from Zero Waste.
Thank you, and I'll report out on the Mayor's and Council Members Board of Directors meeting. We had a very nice presentation from Joanne Pond from SCO called Leading with Empathy, talking about the intersection of foster youth and homelessness and education, and some of the highlights, and I sent you all this presentation to your email today. Pretty shocking, based on the Portrait of Sonoma statistic, 23% of people experiencing homelessness report having a physical disability. 16% of Sonoma County residents who are unhoused identify as LGBTQ. 28% of youth experiencing homelessness identify as LGBTQ. And when I was a director of SAY, it was over 50% of the kids that we served identified as LGBTQ. With regards to equity and access to education, only 50% of foster and youth graduate high school, and less than 3% graduate college, which is just really a shame, because that really is the road to to success. In Sonoma County, the graduation rate for homeless youth is 64% and 57% for foster youth. That basically are the highlights from the report, but please take a look, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And we'll move on to Santa Rosa Junior College Foundation. The President's address. I could not attend. Any of my fellow council members attend and would like to comment, please?
Yeah, Councilmember Rodriguez and I attended the event. It was really well attended. The President, Angelica Garcia, gave a really touching yet informative presentation. The theme was our community, our college, our future, and that was basically reflecting on the vital role of SRJC in building opportunities. And there was quite a few information there. SRJC, I am a proud result and alumni, SRJC alumni, and it was really important to hear really how many people have found success going through public education, and SRJC is one of the lead junior college, not just in California, but in the nation. And Councilmember, I don't know if you have anything else. Yeah, it was really well attended and informative, so.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Anything to add? No. Okay, communications. I'll go ahead and start off if I can. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Pete Callanan. He was the first mayor and the first city manager in the city of Rohnert Park. Our condolences go out to his friends and family, and I believe there will be a celebration of life at the community center on October 17th, 19th. Thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to my colleagues who else would have some communication.
Okay, that's me. So we've got a few things going on. On Saturday, the 27th, it's the Reuse Bazaar by Recology. You can find more on their website. At our library on the 28th, James Beard Award-winning Chef Rogelio will be there. This is for the Rohnert Park Library specifically. The 29th, they're having a teen event where they can get sunglasses and visors and all sorts of fun. And on the 30th, they will have an under 18 Nintendo Switch 2 Mario Kart tournament. So just kind of reaching everybody at all ages. And on October 1st, they will have the lawyers in the library from 5 to 7 p.m. And every Thursday, they do a read to a dog event. And at any day, so 24/7, if you go on their website, you can dial a story. So they actually record reading a story, and you can play that. Maybe for the parents or caretakers that are tired of coming up with different voices, you can call and put them on speaker. So it's pretty neat. And then on October 3rd through 5th is Sonoma State University's Big Blue Weekend, and on the 4th, so October 4th from 4 to 7 is Community Day. So it's a good opportunity for the community to go. Families are welcome to kind of just see what they've got going on and meet a lot of the students and staff and access quite a bit of their facilities. And then on the 8th is the Walk and Roll. So I think it's National Walk and Roll Day. So be mindful on the 8th of kiddos walking and roll into school. Sometimes you can't see them. And then I think that's it. But you can find more events. That's not all that the library has to offer. Those are just what kind of popped out at me. But please check out the library's website or go in and ask what they've got going on, because they have great programming from babies to adult seniors.
Thank you. Any other communication from council members? Okay, we'll go to adding agenda items to a future city council meeting. Anyone? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to public comment. We have saved the comment cards, and I will call your name if you have not already spoken. When I call your name, please step up, and I'll start with the first four, and then we'll just go right through the rotation. And I need my glasses. Okay, so Kimberly Schultz, Ann Mitsunami, sorry, Cindy Wilson, any of these names resonating? Cindy, thank you. Dory Ellis. Dory Ellis? Okay, thank you. And Kristen Van Nuys? Thank you. And number 4 will be Jeanette Peters. Is Jeanette here? Jeanette Peters? Okay, we'll try Amy Sue Johnson. Amy? Perfect. Okay, please go right ahead, Cindy. Could you turn on the microphone and speak into it? Thank you. Clerk, can we help with the microphone?
We'll make sure the time's restarted.
Yeah. Let us get the mic functioning first, and then we'll deal with the time.
IT's coming in.
Is it working? We got another one coming out, or we can use right here. We may have run out of battery power.
I can speak loud.
No. We need, so the folks at home can hear you. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Cindy Wilson. My husband, Drew, recently passed away due to environmental cancer. We were married over 36 years, and I have 2 sons, which he will never see grow into adulthood. He will never see our grandchildren. He will never have retirement. He wanted it all because of the environmental issues that had no idea existed. My biggest concern is this plant. I live on Melody. It's right down the street from me. I do not feel that this plant should be in existence because, again, I want the city council, I want the people of Rohnert Park to look up multiple myeloma. Multiple myeloma. It is bone and blood cancer. It's only treatable, and there's no cure. If we inhale any of this toxic plastic I'm like not far away from that facility. We grow vegetables, and I have a beautiful garden in my backyard that I am now taking care of, over 200 bonsais. I have earned that right to grow my plants. I feel that you are not listening to us. I have gone to these city councils in the past, and it takes forever to speak out to this community. I feel that you're not listening to me, nor my community. I've lived here for over 30 years. I own my home. I live by myself now, and if any of you want to get multiple myeloma, which is an environmental, talk to Kaiser, talk to Stanford, and talk to UCSF. Stanford had given my husband hope. He signed his life to science over multiple myeloma. This is a debilitating, horrible disease. I watched my husband deteriorate in front of my eyes. He did not deserve this environmental cancer. And if you people go ahead and acknowledge this permit, you are going to kill me also. Doesn't this sign mean anything to any of you? Nobody should have this cancer. Nobody. It's not, he went through a CAR-T stem cell transplant that barely gave him an extended life. He went through a stem cell transplant in the beginning of his cancer. It only lasted 2 years. He went through twice over, 96 hours, pure chemo pumped into his veins. I was his caretaker for 8 years. I devoted my husband. He is in this urn today to give me strength to tell you folks, please, we do not want this thing in my backyard. I used to walk over by Hewlett-Packard. My children learned to drive at Hewlett-Packard, and I was a long-time loan processor.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I went ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
I want to know.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Dory, please.
Without these trying to sell. Never be able to sell.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dory. I'm a parent of a child that goes to Credo. My name is Dory. I'm a parent of a child at Credo. I am going to make my words tonight are going to be a little bit hard to say, difficult to hear maybe, but I feel that there has been no transparency. And so I will say this with the utmost respect, but I feel that we the people need to feel your support. We saw your support last meeting for Resynergy. We have never seen it for us, but we physically saw it in your faces and in your greetings to the Resynergy folks and Brad Baker. 68 days after the letter from the Air Quality Board, we still sit here asking you to do what's right. By now you, the council, should know the facts, especially those that come from your own office communications with Resynergy. We know the facts are, the permit should not be valid. It's made under false pretense. Pyrolysis is not light industry. Resynergy is not, of course everything's frozen up now. Resynergy is not a recycling center. Resynergy has misrepresented the nature of its own operation. They have reportedly at least 5 violations before even being operational. No pyrolysis facility in Europe or the US has been very successful. They've ended in fires, explosions, or they just haven't been financially viable. Resynergy is using an incinerator. The use of large-scale microwaves and incineration techniques present significant explosion risk. The external flare located in the back of Resynergy, close to the schools and the community walking paths, will release hazardous volatile particulates into the air, soil, and water. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 350 days a year. Those are the stats provided by Resynergy. I don't want to walk back there. I don't want my child to be a receptor for their practice. Some additional facts are that Credo, the school, will financially be in trouble should this facility move in. The students are already commenting on how some of them will leave. They leave, they get no money, no more school. Contamination risk for future organic farming that SOMA has planned, or contamination risk for the organic businesses that are operating in SOMA Village. The property values, insurance rate, and health of all Rohnert Park residents are at risk. The new homeowners who bought homes in SOMA with clean vision of sustainable living. What a bad joke. A plastic refinery should never be near a neighborhood, next to schools, families, or animals. A facility of this sort should be in a field, in the desert, and they should practice in real time, showing 20 tons of plastic and what it does, and get the reports that show that it's safe or not. We don't have it, it doesn't exist. Do the right thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Please
Kristen,
do the right
please.
thing.
Welcome.
Thank you.
There you go.
Can you restart the clock, please? My name is Kirsten Van Nuys. I'm a mother of 3, and I'm here today because I have to protect my children. About 2 weeks before school started, I got a note in the mail from the Bay Area Quality Management District. It was warning me about proposed new sources of pollution next door to my children's school. The pollution would result from plastic material receiving, chipping, pelletizing, and storage, and pollution from plastic material vaporizing, condensing, and pyrolysis oil storage and transfer. The letter said they were required to notify me because when a permit application for toxic air contaminants are located within 1,000 feet of a school, the law requires it. Studies have shown that the emissions from plastic incinerators release a cocktail of deadly chemicals, including dioxins, furans, and heavy metals, substances linked to cancer, respiratory diseases, asthma, and birth defects. In addition, the pyrolysis process itself, as well as the gases and oils that are stored on site in the facility, they will tell you incinerators don't solve the plastic problems, they just shuffle it around. It's basically a scam funded by the oil industry, and they're hoping it works because if they can convince us that the plastic problem that they're creating is gone, they can go ahead and make more plastics. This is a tragedy waiting to happen. I don't want that. I don't want that for my children. I don't feel that any of you should get to decide that. You don't get to decide if my kids will grow up with asthma or with learning disabilities, with cancer. You can't put a price on health. You can't put a price on safety. And you cannot put a price on our children's future.
Your time is up, ma'am. Your time is up.
Please pull the permit.
Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, if Alexa Chipman is here, Michael Puccetti, Cindy Steffi, and Sharon Wooltich, please. Okay, then we'll go with Maureen Noonan, Ashley Hamlet, Kathleen Novak. Perfect. And Etta Lavagna. I'm sorry, Amy, please go right ahead. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Amy Huey Johnson, and I reside in Sebastopol. I have 2 girls that attend Credo School, so I chose to come here to go to Credo because the One Planet Living, just the Waldorf philosophy that my kids started from pre-K, and Credo goes through high school. What I'm hearing is a lot of things, and I'm having a hard time. I'm saddened to be here, standing here, talking to you, the City Council, and to the community, why we have this incinerator next door to Credo High School, Somo community, people that bought homes there, residents within a 5-mile radius, businesses. It's heartbreaking to me. I mean, it's already bad enough. We live in a world of chaos. Our nation's in chaos. And then I would expect Sonoma County in this community of Rohnert Park to unite in terms of the city council, business leaders, schools to unite. And what I don't understand is if this has been in the works for a few years, why has the city of Rohnert Park, Somo Village, Synergy, why have they not gone out to the public to educate us, to understand more, do studies? I found out as a parent, like many of these parents, July 18th on an email from Credo. I saw it, I didn't think much of it, and when I talked to other parents, it was like this incinerator's in our back door. And I'm just asking you to think from your heart, if these were your children, your grandchildren, your kids, would you want them in a school where this site has no testing, toxins, health issues, faculty, your community. You do not want to look back years and say, if I should have done this. You don't want City of Rohnert Park to be in the news to say that this exploded, kids have cancer, elderly people, the community. And I ask you, Marcella, Michelle, Emily, Gerard, Samantha, Susan, and Jackie, to please, please think from your heart into this community. Help us unite again. So thank you.
Thank you. Is Alexa there? No, okay, we'll go, Michael is not there, I don't believe. Cindy, please, I'm sorry.
You do know that this is the second Spare the Alert day that we've had this summer. It's only been 2. Last year there were 12 Spare the Alert days. They're considered emergencies. It's pretty straightforward. We're asked to limit our emissions. What's not straightforward is greenwashing, and that is what's happening with Synergy, Re-Synergy. Please don't allow this to be in our community. For you, those of you who don't know what greenwashing is, and I think you do by now, you must, it means when an organization, private business, or government presents themselves as being more environmentally friendly when they are not. Buzzwords such as recycling, green energy, eco-friendly, natural, etc., without proof. Re-Synergy is not a recycling venture. It is a business that falls under heavy industry, not light industry, heavy industry, because they use pyrolysis, which has emissions and also produces petrochemicals. Think Exxon and other like industries. Honorable Mayor, you said earlier regarding an agenda item, this is a complicated ball of twine to unwind. I like that. I like what you said. But this is not an uncomplicated ball of twine to unwind. And I may be paraphrasing what you said earlier, Mayor. This is pretty straightforward. Pyrolysis is heavy industry. It's pure and simple. Please hear us. Give us a public hearing. And from KTVU News, August 7th, 2025, Councilmember Adams, you were quoted, "If this machine works the way they are telling us this will work, it will solve all our plastic problem around the world." The key word is if. We don't want to be guinea pigs. There's no proof that this will work. We don't want to be the first in line to take a hit because it doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sharon? No, Sharon is not here. Okay. Maureen? Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Maureen Noonan. I'm a long-term resident here in Rohnert Park. I've lived in the M section for over 35 years, and I've been following the council's discussion and public commentary at past meetings on Re-Synergy, along with conducting my own research in order to gain a better understanding of this issue. At the last meeting, some comments implied that residents opposed to this project are acting out of fear or, quote, don't understand the science, end quote. Others suggested that a simple Google search or a tour would resolve our concerns. As a registered nurse with a Master of Science degree and recently retired professor of nursing, my training in evidence appraisal and critical thinking tells me otherwise. My concerns are not based on fear, but on the gaps in available evidence regarding community safety. Microwave-assisted pyrolysis has been explored in lab and pilot studies, but there is very limited commercial-scale long-term data on emissions, reliability, or health and environmental impacts, especially when operated in residential neighborhoods. Published scientific reviews confirm these uncertainties and recommend additional monitoring and transparency before placing such systems in communities. Even Roger Ruan, the company's own technical advisor, has acknowledged in published work that scaling this technology to continuous commercial use presents significant challenges and still requires further development and demonstration. The concern then is why Rohnert Park should serve as a testing ground for this technology without independent, long-term data confirming its safety. Placing this type of facility in Rohnert Park is premature and exposes residents to unnecessary risk. Our residents should not be made test subjects for an unproven industrial process, and I urge you to revoke this permit. With another moment, I just want to say that I appreciate all of the thoughtful statements that have been made against this over the last several meetings, and I hope that you give this serious consideration. All of the comments are meaningful and have some evidence, so I hope you do consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ashley?
Hi. Thank you for extending the time of the meeting to hear our comments. And a lot of things have been said over and over again, so I'll try to avoid doing that. I just want to primarily say that this is, they try to suggest that those of us that are opposed are NIMBY-ish. And this is absolutely not a NIMBY issue. This is not an any backyard issue, not in our backyard issue. And I thought that was really disrespectful, dismissive of them. There are a lot of arguments to be made in, back and forth, but there are some very simple facts that obviously you guys have to consider. In fact, one is Resynergy has demonstrated a complete disregard for the regulatory process. They built without a permit to even build yet. They're ready to operate, and they don't even have a permit to build. They've been fined several times, and that doesn't matter to them because they have the money to pay the fines. That is really obviously of no concern. They've completely circumvented the legal process for the application. And the fact that Rohnert Park has allowed that to happen is discouraging. The fact that it went to, just an administrative review is mind-boggling. I mean, because the fact is, by their own admission with their initial application, that they were asking for conditional use because they know that they are not recycling or light manufacturing. They know this. We all know this. That makes the permit invalid. I don't really understand why there's even a question. The permit is invalid. It is illegal. And I'm asking you to stand up for your citizens and revoke their permit now and put them through the regular process that there would be required by law. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, Etta, and then Dallas, if you're in the room, Dr. Catherine Walsh, if you're in the room, Jeffrey Goodwin, if you're in the room. Please, Kathleen, go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Colleen.
Colleen, sorry.
Nowak, and I am a resident of your community. Good evening, council members, city manager, our city attorney, my community. Thanks for sticking this out. L section resident, 12 years, county native, health and safety professional, and subscriber to doing the right thing. Leadership is not about holding a title. Webster's dictionary defines leadership as the act of leading, and leaders are a group. That means leadership is not static. It is not just the seat that you occupy, it is the choices that you make, the direction you set, and the responsibility that you share as a council. Leadership is about courage, the courage to do what is right for your community, even when this means changing course. What will your legacy be? The Resynergy administrative permit raises serious concerns: safety, environmental health, the process and its transparency or lack thereof, and the true cost in our community. With new information and focus, you have the opportunity and the responsibility to act. True leadership is not clinging to your past decisions based on other information, but when circumstances change, it is the ability to pause, to reflect, and to course correct, excuse me. Our residents, our children, our future generations that we have spoken about in every single council meeting that I've attended for the last 4 sessions will remember where you placed our community. our well-being above convenience or private interest. History remembers not where you started or what they started, but when you have the integrity to stop, to listen, and to protect the people that you serve. That takes courage and investment in who you are. So I ask each one of you, when your future residents look back on this moment in time, what will they say when you did what was easy? Was it right? Let that be your lasting legacy. We know that new information on this topic has come to light. You have now the wisdom and the courage to act.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
You're not going to rescind this.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Your time is up. Etta, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Could you speak into the mic a little bit louder? I'm sorry.
Sure.
That's much
Is that
better. Much better.
Is that better?
Yes,
okay.
much better.
My name is Etta Rohnert. I'm a mother of 3 beautiful daughters. My oldest goes to Credo. She's a sophomore. And we were hoping to send our other 2 daughters there in the near future. When I found out about the Synergy plant just a couple weeks before the public comment period was supposed to end, I was shocked, and I felt like I was, reading the script of a very old story of companies coming into small communities, taking advantage, and just bulldozing projects through that are going to heavily impact our community and our children. This evening, I've been listening to all these discussions that talk about public safety, about education, about the well-being of Rohnert Park, of our community. And I feel like this Synergy plant is just shouting that it is going to be putting all of these things at risk. I really hope that you will all think very carefully about the children. My daughter at Credo, she said, "Mom, no one's listening to us kids. Adults, they don't listen to us kids." So that's why I feel we are all here, parents, being the voice for our children, because they don't think that they have the power, that nothing can be done, and that they're going to have to go to school every single day, breathing dioxins, toxins, finding out decades later that they have cancer, Alzheimer's. My mom had Alzheimer's, and I took care of her. It was a really long, painful road. I cannot even bear the thought of looking into my kid's face every morning thinking I'm sending them to school, and then later they're going to have what their grandmother had. I really hope you revoke this permit.
Thank you. Dallas, please. Welcome.
Thank you, esteemed members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor. My name is Dallas Carter. I've been a resident of Rohnert Park since 2019, and I'm here to talk about dioxin. It's been mentioned a couple of times, but it is one of the emissions that is generated by plastic pyrolysis, and it is also one of the toxins in Agent Orange. I know that because from my research, but my experience with that comes from my father, who was deployed during Vietnam. He was exposed to Agent Orange, and it gave him leukemia. That's just one of the things that it can give you. Other things are type 2 diabetes, hypertension, ischemic heart disease, respiratory cancer, bladder cancer, prostate cancer, porphyria cutanea tarda, early onset peripheral neuropathy, Parkinson's, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, multiple myeloma, Hodgkin's disease, and amyloidosis. My father spent 10 years wasting away from that disease, going through numerous rounds of leukemia, a bone marrow transplant, and finally when he passed away, he was bedridden. He was 64 which isn't that old, but it definitely isn't as old as he could have been. This plant is close to a school, as has been mentioned a couple of times. We've also been talking about our water situation here in town, and there is a water well less than 4 miles from Resynergy's plant. This poses a direct risk to our community, the school, our groundwater, and our public health. This is just, my father's outcome is just one of, many that could happen. And I really just don't want to see our health deteriorate as a community because of this plant. So, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, these are the stakes. Our public health is at risk, and I'm asking all of you to think about this when you're going home this evening and hopefully make the right decision and revoke this permit. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Dallas. Dr. Catherine Walsh, please, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Catherine Walsh. Thank you for being here, but I also want to thank all the people that are here. You are so important. I've listened to every word for the last 2 meetings that I've been to from the very first, when it was first here. And I do want to say there's nothing that I can say to you that you've not heard over and over and over again, more eloquently and clear and precise, that I could repeat myself. It's not necessary. What is necessary is that I feel it's important. My husband and I live 1,000 feet away from this project. What I feel necessary to say is that from the bottom of my heart, I'm asking each and every one of you to please reconsider and or consider where we are today, and know that you have the ability to change or accept or somehow make this go away. You truly have that right and you have that power. I'm asking for myself, my husband, and friends and neighbors and family that live in all around this area. Please don't let this happen. That is my wish, my desire of all of you. So please, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jeffrey Goldwyn, or Goodwin, excuse me, sorry. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. My name is Jeffrey Goodwin. I am a concerned citizen as well as a business owner who lives in the M section in very close proximity of this Resynergy plant, and was living in this neighborhood before most of this development had even started yet. I was surprised I never received any disclosure notice, and was even more surprised to learn that my friend who purchased a home in the new W section that was just built also never received a disclosure notice, even though her home is less than a couple of blocks from the plastic recycling facility. My daughter recently graduated from Credo High School, and I continue to volunteer my services there. My son, now a freshman, does not attend Credo School because one of our concerns was about his health being exposed to this plastic incinerator. It was my understanding that the Somo Village in Rohnert Park is a mixed-use development designed as a sustainable place, not an industrial one. While it repurposes an old industrial campus, its core was to be diverse housing, a community farm, parks, a school, local businesses, and entertainment venues, all integrated into foster a sense of one planet living. My concern is that the environmental impact this plant will have on long-term health consequences for my 2 children and my neighbors and their children, as well as the generations who will live here in the future. I do not believe this fits into the same category as the neighboring homes and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Klimek, is Michelle in the audience still? She's gone, okay. And then finally, Gary Kaufman. He says he's going to be the last person to speak. Welcome. Long time no see.
Hi, City Council. I'm back. I haven't been here for a while. My name is Gary Kaufman. I live in L section. I've lived there for over 50 years. I've seen a lot of changes in Rohnert Park. These people have lost my train of thought. I agree with them. I don't think that plastic crap should be built there. If you're going to have them build it, do it across the street where the other industry's at. The reason I'm here is because city staff is not doing their job. I have a neighbor house that is a fire trap. I went upstairs, they told me to talk to code. They said they're not here, I had to call them. I've called them over 6 times in the last month. I hope you get your phone call before I get mine. So this is important here, but my house burning down is a hell of a lot important to me too. So if you could just ask the staff to do their job and check into this, I'd really appreciate it. And I normally say, you can go home now, but not tonight. Stick around.
Okay. What's up? He filled out a card? Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't have to look through that. So I guess we have somebody fill out a card that we've lost or something. Justin Blake, or is it?
Blake with an F.
Okay. Sorry about that. Please go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm a resident of Willow Glen, and I have a son at Credo. And I could reiterate again the many facts and that have been said tonight. But what I'm more curious about is, why are you guys afraid to have a conversation about this? Like, I feel like you guys are like hiding behind the structure of these meetings, and are afraid to actually engage, which makes it feel like there's been poorly executed procedures in this permit process, and don't want to stumble over your words in a meeting. I don't understand why one of you or two doesn't want to take it up and say, hey, let's put this on the agenda. Let's hear these people. I mean, we're clearly the majority. I mean, you guys saw Resynergy last week, highly coordinated. Every person there was a friend of Brad Baker, or a lessee of Brad Baker, or a family member of Brad Baker. And unless you guys tell us what you actually feel or think about this, we all just have to assume you're rolling over for Brad Baker. It really comes across that way. Otherwise, why not talk to us? Why not put us on the agenda? Why not have a conversation? Because we have no idea how this is landing with you. I'm sure you guys have some mixed opinions and some mixed feelings about it. But if you don't talk to us, if you don't put us on the agenda, all we're going to do is assume that you don't give a crap about your constituents, that you don't care about us at all. Like, you have so many people coming in here in opposition to what's happening, and you have very few actually championing this project. And again, the very few that all have some type of relation to Brad Baker. So, what do we do? I mean, I actually didn't know until this evening that the agendized items are suggested at the end of the meeting, which I guess I just missed. I walked in, I came back for this, but Samantha, next meeting, can you suggest that we actually put this on the agenda and we have a conversation with the public? Or Susan, can you do that? Can you suggest, hey, let's put this on the agenda. Let's talk to everyone. Let's tell them what we're actually thinking. Let's clarify these missteps in the process, or these purported missteps in the process that the public clearly thinks were there. Why don't you defend them? Why don't you tell us why you made these decisions without a public hearing to let this company come in and basically ruin our neighborhood and devalue our homes?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.